giving it a go on a Saturday night to try and do this. I was requested to play a double neck, so I've got this back in for to actually get 12 strings put on it because I didn't have 12 strings when I had it last week. So I suppose really got to try and play the song that I think the last time I played was the last time I had a double neck guitar with a 12 string on it. Bit more volume that. There's a lady who's sure glitters is gold, and she's buying a stairway to heaven. When she gets there, she knows the stores are all closed, but the word she can't get. Sorry, I can't really play it anyway. Came from. And it makes me wonder. Sorry, it'll take 2 minutes. If there's a whisper in your hedgerow, don't be alarmed now. It's just a spring clean for the making. Yes, there are 2 paths you can go by, but in the long run, there's still time to change the road you're on. As we wind us down the road, shadows taller than our soul. Rocks a lady we all make a rock and not to roll. Then the round and one is all. We're rock and not to roll. God, this is a heavy thing. This is. Hey, how's it going, D? Hey, Sparky, Ben, how's it going? Yeah, so Saturday night, it's all right for fighting and also for drinking, possibly. If there's enough people turn up, I was going to say if 10 people turn up, I might start my bucky, but I've not decided yet. I'll start drinking if it comes down to that. But yes, you would totally get the. So actually, when I was in that guitar shop in BL Guitars in, I keep wanting to say Pasadena in Pennsylvania, there was somebody who started playing Stairway, and he got the sort of ding ding ding, and melody was like shouting through, "Hi, get out my shop!" The guy was laughing. It was quite funny. Hey, Joachim, how's it going? Didn't work to make comments on my old YouTube account. I saw them earlier on. Joachim Porsche Cayman S. No, and I've seen this one, so I assume that there can't be someone else called Joachim that watches this, I don't think. Yeah, so, oh God, this. The thing is, it gets me about this one, all of these, I kind of went off these a lot because I had a really bad one. I bought one for I think it was about 50 quid. And it only had strings on the bottom neck. I was like, how will I make that work? And it was just a nightmare. And it was a terrible guitar. This is a Gibson one. It even says Jimmy Page number 55 on the back of the neck. It did have all the Gibson decals and stuff. Obviously, Jennifer painted it. It's just, I mean, I remember, I always knew that because I must have known, because that's why I built that one there. Although it is a bass and a guitar, but that one you can actually stand with, and it's all to do with the balance. The weight isn't the issue, it's the fact that it sits like that. So if you want to play it like that, it's probably not that bad, but I want to play it like that. So whenever you're playing it, you got to hold up, like, I don't even know. I mean, we'll have a wee guess to see who's the weight of this thing. Oh, I kind of want to take it off already, even though I've only just started, because it's so heavy. Is it on? Yeah, right. So, oh God. I mean, really. Oh. But I mean, it is totally cool. I mean, that was Jen's attempt at painting Jimmy Page. It doesn't really look like him, but I had to. I was like, I didn't want to say. So she's not watching it tonight, so I didn't want to say. Jimmy Page doesn't really. I don't think he wears glasses. He's got kind of curly hair. There you go. So, oh, jeez. Put it there so at least you can see it. That'll mute out the bass amp as well. I'll pick up a normal lightweight guitar. Oh, what a difference that makes. Oh, it's so comfortable playing just a normal guitar rather than one of those things. I don't know. I mean, I think the whole 12. I did have a 12-string electric before. It was I don't know how long this curly lead's going to last. I decided to opt for a curly lead, and I screwed my tuner down so it didn't pull it up off the floor. But I'll see how I got on with it. The idea was that I could just kind of do this and it would just expand. We don't know what's going on. Oh, you've got a Porsche channel. Well, there you go. It could be a good idea for Saturdays. I think more for my own. I mean, one of the things that always got me about when I started doing these, I don't know why I started doing them on Sundays. After about, I don't know, a month or a couple of months, I remember trying the Saturday night, but nobody turned up. So I just went back to the Sundays. But the thing is, Sunday night's always a good night for buying and selling guitars on Facebook Marketplace for me. That's when I used to sell all the Buckycasters and stuff. And that's when everyone, sort of 7 o'clock at night on a Sunday night is the way to do it. Because if you're trying to sell a guitar, the best thing, especially when it's the ones I was selling, which were all, one-offs and stuff like that, you've got to try and get that knee-jerk reaction. Whereas if you look at a guitar and go, oh, there's a nice guitar there. How long's it been for sale? Oh, it's been for sale since yesterday. Okay, I'll maybe have a wee think about that. Whereas if you go like up here, oh, there's a guitar, it's really good. How long's it been on? 10 minutes. Oh, I'd better buy it now. Otherwise, it might not be there. So that's my plan. Anyway, hey, Papa Blue, how's it going? Thanks for all your continued thumbs ups and stuff like that. I do appreciate it a lot. I think that the YouTube seems to be liking me a bit more for some reason in the last couple of weeks. That I did a video of the 7-string Telecaster, and it's got like 1,000 views. So I don't know why. I'm not usually good for putting in. I don't put in particularly catchy titles, clickbait ones, because they annoy me, the clickbait ones. So I don't really put them in. I've done it a couple of times just for a laugh, but yeah, it just seems to be doing quite well. And I've actually noticed that, see, on my YouTube page, like when I'm not like in, I suppose I'm signed in, but actually I'm getting recommendations of my own videos, which is quite bizarre, which I've never had before. Normally I just get, you get recommendations of all the channels you watch. Now I'm actually getting some recommendations for my own videos. It's like, well, I'm in it, so I have seen it, but yeah. Well, those paintings during the week I've seen, top notch, really cool and impressive. Oh, they are. I mean, they're amazing. See, I put up the two I got gifted before I went to America. So there's Brian May and Oh, I can't think of a random Freddie Mercury. Yeah, I did actually. I moved things about a bit, but I put them over there, and they're kind of in plastic bags because for storage purposes. So I was like, and basically you can't really see the caravan in the Land of Grey and Pink thing because of the way the light shines in. So I was looking at the video going, up, I can't see them. So I took them out the plastic bags, and they're sort of shiny because they're made up of ripped up magazines. So they're kind of shiny. So basically, rather than I just put them there instead, so you can't really see what that is. That's a set list from the last gig I did, and that's a poster of Caravan in the Land of Grey and Pink, which don't show out. Oh, cool. There is an SB 1000, an SB 800 double pickups for sale here, fighting not to buy. Prices are just 1,500 and latter 1,000. That's a big jump between the 800 and the 1000. I'm not sure exactly what the differences are. I mean, the 1000s is the one John Taylor from Duran Duran used, isn't it? So that'll be through neck, and maybe the 800s maybe a set neck, something like that. There's probably not very much difference between the two, sound wise, playing wise, all these things, but I get it. It's like 16 people. If it hits 20, I'll start my bucky. Yeah. I don't know. They are quite expensive. I mean, they're desirable guitars. Or two pickups on the SB 800 as opposed to both get two pickups. I don't know. Well, I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't spend that amount of money on a guitar anyway. I don't think, unless it's one. I suppose it's one you had years ago. So yes, it's got to be that specific model. I get you. Hey Sparky, how's it going? Have you ever tried a Chapman guitar? Yes, I've played a few of them. Styling wise, there's not. I don't know if there's any that really jumped out and went, oh, I really like the styling of that. They kind of. The same can be said for LTD guitars. I mean, this is regardless of how good they are. I mean, they're not terrible and they're not pure amazing. They're, but the styling's kind of too modern for me. I don't know. It's kind of, I feel it's for youngsters and new metalers and stuff like that. But yeah, they're fine. They're built in the same factory as like PRSSE and when I say modern Schecters, the Schecter Diamond series era when it got bought over. So that's what you're getting. Basically, you're kind of just choosing that's your quality level, but they're great. I can't remember, is it World Musical Instruments make them or something like that? Well, it's kind of like that. It's kind of weird. I'm not. It's awful fashionable to not like Rob Chapman. I don't normally go with. In fact, I don't really like the guy very much, but I don't think he's a rip-off merchant or a dick or anything like that. He's just he's one of those folk that kind of, it's kind of annoying. He's a bit full of himself, maybe is the correct thing for that. So yeah, I mean, if you like the look of them, go and seems really a bit of a cop out saying if you can get a chance to try one out first. But quality level, they're fine. They're Korean Samick level. Or maybe World Musical Instruments is Samick, but they're that kind of level, sort of luxury Korean guitars. They're good. I've actually got a set of pickups sitting below the telly that I keep forgetting to put up for sale or use, and they're good. Hey, well, Lettuce, you just missed my rendition, a really bad rendition of Stairway to Heaven on the double neck behind me, which you can't see. So if you're just listening to it, but I feel so sorry for you with computer problems. For some reason, when I was doing a video the other day, I can't remember which one it was, the computer just turned off. Like, what? The screen froze, and then it just went off and turned itself on again. You're like, what? So I hope it doesn't do that again. If it does that again, goodbye, because I'm struggling without it. My laptop is too old now to be able to do this kind of thing. Even if there was any way of doing it, maybe I could do it on my phone or something. But yeah, then the quality levels are going to be even worse than they are just now. You just won one. Anderton's, wow, that'll be amazing then. You cannot knock that price. I don't. Which one's the ML2? Is that the? I can't remember. They're just kind of numbered, but I think one of them's a Telecaster. So I'd imagine it's probably a Telecaster or a Stratocaster. Sorry, T-type or S-type guitar. I bet it's good. I don't know. What would I do if I had just won one? I would play it and do a video on it and probably sell it. because it's not my. It'd be worth more money than a lot of the guitars that I prefer. Basically, sort of unfashionable ones, like a Les Paul one. Cool. No, I bet you it's amazing. Good luck. So I've been trying not to touch the keyboard. I get you. Strato and Whitesnake knows. Well, I told them I was changing, but the thing is, it doesn't necessarily work that way, because you might find that some folk have to sit and watch telly on a Saturday night with their family and stuff like that, and some folk go out. Now, remember that? Remember you used to go out on a Saturday night? I used to go out on a Saturday night. So well, they might pop in later on. Family, yeah, totally. So in my thing there, does anyone get any other? Someone said, I think it was you that let us mention it. It's like when they're who was it? For one of the Franks. I think I was talking about, like that I did that video during the week where I was talking about the lessons you never get, just things like, turning the volume down and taking the lead out and stuff like that. And he was talking about, and I was talking about like the right hand and the left hand thing. He was saying like the left hand chooses which words you say, and the right hand chooses which way you say them, which I don't 100% agree with, but I like it. It's a good analogy. I think that's quite good. Anything like that anyone can think of, it's like things that you don't really think of. It's like guitar etiquette. Someone else called it as well. Just that I have talked about this before. It's like if you're buying, you generally tend to find that, see, when you buy a more expensive guitar, like maybe a £400 or £500 guitar that was 10 years ago, it's more likely to be in better condition and have less bashes in it than the beginner level guitar. Just because when a beginner gets a guitar, you remember when you first got your guitar, you would drop it, you would hit it off the wall every time you went to, you'd hit it off the roof and the door frames and stuff like that, because you're just not used to the actual having a guitar. It's like, that's, you don't want somebody to touch your very expensive guitar. If it's somebody who's played guitar for ages, you go, you can see the comfort level of it. It's like, it just seems to be like an extension of you. Well, maybe not a double neck, but any single neck one is like kind of, you're just aware of the length of it. You do get this a little bit with, see, when you get like a guitarist who doesn't really play the bass, getting a shot of a bass, and obviously the bass goes out to here, so you tend to, you're getting hit in the face with it and stuff like that, just because I'm not used to it. What's that? I have to buy a fretless bass. But what about strings for a fretless bass? Any recommendations? Played fretless bass 30 years ago and just don't remember what strings to use. I think you're meant to use flat wounds so they don't damage the fretboard. Because I've had a fretless bass before, and it did have like lines going like this and below like the strings you were playing, because the a round wound string, it's like a core with a round string wrapped around it, so it leaves marks like that. So you end up with marks, whereas you do get, obviously, if you get the flat wound, which is the same core, but the wire that's wrapped around it is like a square section. So instead of being like that, it's kind of smooth. So it is smoother for that. They are expensive. You can also get tape wound ones, which totally don't damage your fretboard. They're like coated in black rubber sort of stuff. I don't know. I mean, I'd actually gigged with a fretless bass at one point, just because I knew the songs in the band that well, and I was like, I could play them on the fretless. It was like it was quite cool having an EBO to play. It was an EBO with a 24 fret or a 24 no fret Yamaha bass neck, and it was good because I knew the song so well. I could pair it, instead of just going, I could go. So whenever there was enough time for me to slide up to or down from a note, I did that. But eventually it got to the point I just got kind of annoyed at it, and I realised that there's not much stuff I like to listen to that's got a fretless bass in it. So, it's a similar sort of thing happened with, like when I tried to play the mandolin for a while. I worked out to play Battle of Evermore by Led Zeppelin, and then what other mandolin songs I know? No, not that very many. Not enough to inspire me to put any effort into playing it. So that was my problem with the fretless. Round wound, flat wound, super wound. I've never heard of super wound, but they sound super. Pino Palladino was on my hero back in the day, fretless bass. Pino Palladino. I say I should know who he is. He's not the guy in Bon Jovi, is he? I don't think so. I've heard the name, definitely. But I mean, I suppose there's nothing. Actually, to be honest, I'll tell you what put me off Fretless Bass. I saw Jack Bruce at the Canterbury Festival about 20 years ago, and I did enjoy his set. Singing was great, and it was when he was playing "Sunshine of Your Love," and he overused the fretless bass for it. So instead of being da 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 da, it was woo doo boo doo boo doo boo doo boo doo, and it was like he was obviously just bored of playing the song and kept playing it over and over, and it was really difficult. Hey, Aunt Wales, how's it going? Happy Saturday. Hey, Pontiac. Money. Oh, who's that? Yep. So still just need. Yeah. So I don't know what was I talking about. Fretless bass. Yeah. So I mean, it's one of those ones that when I think when everyone starts off with a ridiculous guitar collection, you think, well, I've got like an acoustic guitar and an electric guitar. To become Malcolm. Yeah, very good. I've never actually watched that, but that. Cheers. Yeah, so everyone starts off wanting one of everything. So you get an acoustic guitar, and I'd had an electric guitar, then I got an acoustic guitar, and then I got a bass guitar, and then it was like, oh well, I'll have a spare electric guitar for in case I snap a string, or if I want it in different tunings. Then it's like, well, I've got like an SG, so I should really have like a one with single coils, and you end up doing it that way, kind of arming yourself with anything you might ever need, and a 12-string acoustic, and then you start like, well, I need one with a whammy bar, and it's like, I need one with a Floyd Rose for if I ever need to use a Floyd Rose, and all these things where you're kind of trying to get it to work. And then I kind of ran. I stopped lying to myself that was saying that I needed all these things, because you don't. I need, basically I need two. Well, I'm not even in a band just now playing guitar, so but I needed two guitars like in case I break a string, and I need two basses for the Sabbath band anyway because I'm using two different tunings. So I need to. It's not really. As long as you get that one. This live stream is instead of tomorrow's live stream. Well, I don't know. This is the one I might have the option. Maybe I'll do it once a month and drink Bucky on it. 20. I can start drinking. Cheers, everyone. So I wasn't sure. I'm getting fed up of not being able to do anything on a Monday, just because I'm pure knackered. So Sunday's a more acceptable day to be pure knackered. So this is the first Bucky's in more than a week. Last Friday, number 32. I thought it only went up to 28. So I've learned something. Got an early Christmas present this week. The mother found an oddity in a charity shop, a Behringer Metallion 24 fret Super Strat thing with a built-in USB audio. That sounds mental. I've seen the Behringer. You get one. I don't even know, how would you even describe it? It's a sort of Strat, kind of, but a bit. The body shape's a bit more. They're all right guitars. They're not terrible. I tend not to buy them because they're not worth any money at the end. But if you're looking for something like for a laugh, then I think they're pretty good. Yeah, it's quite nice actually. Get the Bucky. I did have to walk and go and get it earlier on. That video was for folk like yourself, Pontiac. I'm going to show you the bars of chocolate. I don't know if I did it slow enough. I should probably have taken the camera off my head and gone over the bars of chocolate, because I didn't really recognize any of the bars of chocolate in America. You did have a Milky Way, which we call a Mars bar, but we do have a Milky Way, which is like our Milky Way is basically like your Milky Way, apart from the caramel bit that's not there. So it's just the chocolate round, the spongy bit that's below. That so we so what you call a Milky Way, we call a Mars bar, and we've got a Milky Way as well. Quite interesting. Oh. Think you're swelled up and it's begging for paper. Give it a go, Aunt Wales. I mean, I've successfully swirled up to a few guitars, and I've unsuccessfully swirled up to a few guitars. I don't really. Depends on what kind of paint. I was just spraying. I found that the black and white paint you get from the or you used to get in the pound shop. Like there's a very tall, thin, kind of looks like hairspray cans. They're only £1 each. I found they worked for it very well, whereas other paints kind of clogged up and some of them didn't work. But in saying that, it didn't work every time. There's something to do with having the right temperature of water and the right temperature of air and stuff like that. But give it a go. And the unfortunate thing has been paying £15. It's like, looks very Ibanez, but no, they are. They're good guitars. It's just one of those things that it's not one of those ones that you could really. You're not going to be able to buy one, do it up, and clean it up, set it up, and then sell it for a huge profit because it says Behringer on it, and everyone's just going to go, yeah, like that. We'll perform whale sound from a Stratocaster. I'd rather. I can't use this one. This one, I bought a. I think I should probably have sent it back, but I couldn't be bothered. I bought a tremolo arm for a Mexican Strat because I thought that this has a Mexican block and bridge on it. This guitar neck and the pickups are Japanese, but and I thought, oh, at least it's a Mexican. It's a known element. Everyone, surely they're all the same. No, it didn't fit. So I should probably have sent it back, but it was only. I didn't buy an expensive one. I didn't buy a proper Fender one, so I will get a trem for this because it's got the big block on it and stuff like that. So it should be. The thing is, to be honest, I've never really done much with this guitar because it's J-Pack's number one, and I've already got a Japanese Strat with a rosewood fingerboard. And this one was like Jen painted this, and it was just on some charity shop. I think it was a £5 she paid for the guitar or something like that. Just a no brand thing, but it's a solid wood body. And as soon as it was painted, it was like, I was going to, I'll paint that and you can sell it. Okay. And it was like, paint that, I'm not selling that, I'm keeping that. And then it was like, I really like that, I'm going to put better bits on it. UK Milky Way and Batter is delightful. I thought it was I had some American chocolate last night. Egged up my stomach, not good for me. American chocolate's funny tasting. I'm not a huge chocolate fan anyway, really, but Jen is, and she was kind of having withdrawals because it does. See when you get like fake chocolate on things like I used to get chocolate mice when you were a kid, and if you get like the really cheap stuff from like Asda home make Mars bar sort of thing, to me it tastes a bit like that. I don't know what it is that's different, but our chocolate is different. And I also saw a thing on Andertons where Danish Pete was talking about it, and he was complaining about the chocolate here being shit compared to what you get in Europe because it doesn't have any cocoa in it or something. That's a slightly different thing. So basically in America you can buy the same, what looks the same. You can get your Cadbury's Dairy Milk and stuff like that, but it's made by Hershey's in a town called Hershey, I think, which is a different recipe. There's a fundamental difference in the way of making chocolate, just like the standard way of making chocolate, using buttermilk or instead of butter, or there's an ingredient that's very different, so they don't taste the same. Might just swirl up a toilet bowl after that Tex-Mex. Sounds good, Mr. Whitesnake. I thought you were talking about Tex-Mex pickups. You're not. Hey, Rocco, how's it going? Enjoying your podcast. Decide to subscribe. You have a great sense of humour. Recovering from a car crash. I can't play at the moment. Thanks. Well, hopefully you get better from a car crash. That sounds awful. A car crash. I was going to say the first thing you got to do is get back in the car so you're not scared anymore, but you can't do that if you're actually recovering from it properly. No, touch wood. I haven't had a car crash, but it sounds terrifying. You'll get some brown sound too. Yes, that is the level of Mr. Whitesnake's thingies. Hold on. Keep putting this ad thing on. I will put up the, what do you call it, the membership thing, so subscribers don't have to watch the ads. But yeah, I totally get well, and there's plenty of my videos that are there. Lots of them are really stupid as well. Not only I don't. There's a certain amount of hits I'm going to get by putting up an extreme guitar. When I say extreme guitar, I mean a guitar that nobody else has done a video of, because you're not randomly going to find a Aria Thor sound just when you're flicking through. It's like I get more hits on, when I'm fixing up somebody's Epiphone Les Paul or something like that. You get people go, oh, I've got an Epiphone Les Paul, let's see what this guy says about it. And it's like, that doesn't really work for me because I like more obscure things that are pure bizarre and things. Oh, on the beer, maybe I should start drinking beer. I was thinking of, rather than losing my Sunday audience, I might do a live stream on a Sunday as well, but a not drinky live stream and make it a bit shorter, a couple of hours. That's sort of more of a bit more pro, sort of more of a question and answery type thing. Maybe. Don't know. So, I like advent calendar and Easter egg chocolate. Yeah, it is different. And I know the stuff you mean, Aunt Wales. That's kind of what I was talking about. But no, but it's nice. But it's different from chocolate. That stuff, I know what you mean. I don't know if they maybe put something in it to make it more malleable or something like that. But yeah, Easter egg chocolate's amazing. I remember I wish they would make Cadbury's cream eggs. You get like a Cadbury's cream egg Easter egg. I want a Cadbury's cream egg Easter egg that is a big Cadbury's cream egg. So it's not like, it's not just a chocolate egg and you open it up and it's got mini eggs in it. No, I want it to be, the one that's full of that yellow and white shit that looks like egg yolk, fondant or whatever it is. I want that size one of them. Obviously, you're not going to be able to eat one in one go. Or if you do eat one in one go, you're going to feel really sick. Still want it. It would obviously be expensive as well. Still want one. I would buy one even though I don't really like chocolate that much, as I said. Hershey, Pennsylvania. Yeah, I knew that, and it rains chocolate as well. When it rains, like especially after the summer, because there's so much chocolate, cocoa powder in like the air round about the town. When it rains, it basically rains chocolate, and there's hundreds of car accidents and shit because the roads turn to chocolate because they've got chocolate dust on them, which is fine when it's dry for 6 months. But then when it pisses down, all the chocolate comes up, and you end up with like sort of super slippy roads. And someone messaged earlier on saying you should buy snow tires for your car. It's much better. And it's like, but it doesn't snow here enough to do that. I mean, and it doesn't even snow every year, maybe a couple of days or something. And even then it's been gritted. So it's not that much, but you don't get chocolate tires. But yeah, I don't think we were far away. We're in Pennsylvania. I think we're only 40 miles away. Yeah. So here we go. I like this one, Joachim, though. It's been a big question. I could probably pin it. What's the worst guitar anyone's ever had? I quite like that. I'll answer that once a few or some other things. Worst guitar was a 70s Kent SG. The Creep went £100 vintage, and it was good. Was it bad, the Kent one? The problem with these is it's like when you get into the Japanese ones like this, these ones are pure amazing, but they're not all pure amazing. You can sort of kind of tell by looking at them, and you get that with because there's a company we've got in Scotland which is possibly the same guitar. Grant make branded guitars, probably the same one, and it's just they're not great. They're kind of alright. The bodies, the hardware on them is just pure awful. It's like you just replace it all. They're fine, but they're not brilliant. Hundreds about Kent's like it's a collector's though, and it's got mojo from being old. That counts for a lot. Being 40 years old. A Hondo or an Epiphone Nighthawk. It wouldn't have been I bet you it was an early Hondo, an Epiphone Nighthawk. Sorry, I'm getting got some bad memories from stage. Any crazy weird sick fun memories from stage live? Got some thought. Thoughts of right. I always thought it was the Easter egg chocolate, something to do with the consistency, because they've got to roll it around inside to make sure it's hollow inside. Yeah, okay, that makes sense, yeah. I was drunk and fell off the stage once. Wow. I don't think I've done that. I was actually going to talk about one of these tip things when you're putting like the thing about pulling the lead out from here and then wrapping it around the strap. See, when you put a guitar on, make sure the strap's like that and not like that. Because it's quite easy to put the guitar on like that by mistake, and then it pulls off. It gets twisted. Make sure that doesn't happen, because that happened to me in the Black Sabbath band, and I was like, just when I'd swapped on to the down tune bass, and I had to play the whole song. I was wearing a monk's outfit, like a Halloween costume monk's outfit, which was like not get any grippiness to it at all. So I was kind of having to play the bass. I had my foot on the monitor, playing the bass like this, and it was kind of sliding. So I was having to kind of hold it to stop it sliding while playing. And I was like telling the guitarist after, I was like, Pierre, even my strap fell off. And it was like, Pierre, I thought you were just rocking out with your foot in the monitor. And it's like, no. So it was bad. Oh, my worst live stage was All Electric Burned Down. Not a good start for a concert. All Electric Burned Down. I need to clarify. I don't know what that means. Chocolate Rain. I wonder if it's bad. The old song that get memed loads. I don't know. The band Live is from Hershey. Wow. Are they all really fat because they eat tons of chocolate? Just out of interest. I don't know Live. Oh, Fire. An actual Fire was singing and forgot the words. When you're singing and you forget the words, sing the verse you can remember. Is my thing. But Ozzy used to do that really badly. What's it? There's a live version on Past Lives, the only official Black Sabbath live album from the original lineup in the 70s, and it's Hole in the Sky. I've seen the Western world go down in the East. I've seen the Western world go down in the East. It's like he sang the second line first, and it's quite bad sometimes. Worst guitar was a Hondo Les Paul. Fretboard was painted black. Frets were razor sharp, unplayable. It was the one that looked like the Paul, but with a bolt-on neck. I think I know the one you mean. Wales, one of the worst guitars I ever had was a Hondo Les Paul, but not a later on one. What happened with Hondo was they made really cheap guitars, and then in 1981, they contracted Matsumoto and Tokai to build guitars in Japan. So there's like a year or a year and a half of there's only a few models of this. All Hondos, every advert for a Hondo says this is Japanese made, but no, there's only a couple of models. There's a Fender Lead, a P-Bass that are made by Tokai, and then there's Matsumoto ones. There's it's a sort of like a double cut flat top Les Paul, and there's a few variations in that. There's one that kind of looks they're all Japanese, and then after that, all the Hondos are all right because they're Samick. Apart from there's an H75 Strat, which it's all right, but it's got funny sized pickups, a funny sized bridge, and cheap tuners. So the actual guitar itself, the body and the neck are pretty good, but you go, oh, I'll just put new pickups in it. They don't fit because they're the wrong size. And he's like, oh, the bridge is a wee bit crap. I'll put another bridge out. It doesn't fit because it's a different size. It's really annoying. But generally, Hondo are normally all right later on, in the later 80s or anything after. So 83 or something like that, they're all right. But the first one I had, it was, I don't know about looking like the Paul, but it had, you'll know if you'll be able to say if it's the same one you had, but it had a plywood fretboard. It wasn't even any other sort. It was plywood painted black, and the neck itself was plywood on its end. It was a flat top like a Les Paul Junior or something like that, and it had a scratch plate, like the shape of a Les Paul scratch plate, apart from it was fixed on like a Strat one. So you took that off and it was hiding the route, and it was one of those guitars where, as I'd had Hondos before and they were always all right, this one just wasn't. It was like, how could you improve it? And it really was a case of, well, you obviously have to change the tuners because they were terrible, change the pickups because they were awful, change the pots because they were all broken, and then change the neck because it was not there's anything wrong with being plywood, but it was the sharp fret ends, and then the body was plywood. So it was like basically, the sort of guitar that you could maybe get like the strap buttons off, they were probably all right. The knobs might have been all right. The bridge was also, it was like a wrap over bridge, and it was made of, I don't know what kind of metal, but really, honestly, see if you just looked at it really, really hard, you could actually bend it just by looking at it, giving it a good stare. If you actually did that, it would bend no problem. But it was like you could, and it was pitted. It was like a compensated bit on the wrap over bridge, and basically, I think you see if you just really pushed your thumbnail into it, you could actually put a groove in the plate. It was bad, yes. Don't make me say one. Maybe like my brother, Tobacco Burst in the late 70s. It was a decent guitar. See, in the late 70s, but maybe they did different models. It wouldn't have been, the one I had was Tobacco Burst and it was a Les Paul, but it wouldn't have been that one because if it was decent. Oh, not just fat, annoyingly serious. I don't know. I've never heard of them. Oh. Worst live memory was blowing up my bass amp halfway through the second song. Lucky I could DI through the PA instead. Same thing happened with me. It was the first gig I did when I was playing the guitar. I had a Marshall head, a 200-watt Marshall head. Still got it actually from the band Gun, because it's got an elastoplast on the back of it with Gun written on it. No one else would do that. And I got this WEM speaker cabinet. It was a 15-inch speaker, and it was a 60-watt speaker. Right, and yeah, I put a 200-watt amp into it, but it was a 60-watt speaker, and we were doing a gig in Broadwood Stadium, and it wasn't really a gig, there was no sound guy, you know what I mean? We were playing through the amps I had. I was playing through an H&H. The other guitarist was playing through my other H&H through some sort of thing, and then my pal was playing through my bass amp and this WEM cabinet, and we did a sound check, and the bass sounded phenomenal. And then we was like, that was really good. I could get ages to go. There's no one here yet. We did another song. We did another song and it blew up. And basically, he had to plug straight into the desk. At least that's the bass, though. You can get away better if you've got a sound guy. You can get away with playing through the desk, but you can't really do that with a guitar if you blow your amp up. Guitar's just going to sound pish through the PA. So really, yeah, terrifying. Most fun is when the drummer back behind is the real singer and the rest are faking singing. The problem with drumming and singing, I know a lot of people do it, right? And I'm not mocking, I'm mocking. So, no offense, not really offending, but what's his face in the Eagles? I can't remember. Is it Don Henley? Don Henley, the drummer, and also the guy Levinson Blade, who's the that was a joke. Levinson Blade, who plays drums in The Band, and Dennis Wilson from the Beach Boys. Having the mic there causes you to look funny when you're playing the drums. I'm sorry. And I know it's great. Being able to sing and play the drums is quite an achievement, but because you've got a mic, there's a certain stance that just kind of looks really odd to me when you see somebody singing. Maybe if you had a headset mic, not that I'd recommend you get a headset mic because they maybe look worse. But being able to sing's fine. But you know, part of being the drummer is like you know, that's part of being the drummer. Same as part of being the guitarist going, oh, you know what I mean, rather than going. And it always looks funny. I always see them. It's like when you're kind of trying to sing, and it's like, and it always looks really odd to me. No, I wouldn't notice that listening to it. It's only when you're looking at them. Oh. Hondo and Harmony in the 70s was Samick, horrible fretboards painted black. Even still, I want a Harmony H series. Yeah, I think yeah, Samick, but Samick just never used to be good. But my theory, which has never been disproved, is that when they got those Japanese guitars built in 1980 and stuff like that, what they did, this is completely what I imagine, completely in my head, it might not be true at all, right? But what they did was they went round after they contracted to buy X thousand guitars off Matsumoto. They said, "Oh, we've just bought. Hello, I'm Mr. Hondo. You're building 1,000 guitars for us or something like that. Can I come and see just to make sure you're building them right?" And then they walked around and went, "Oh, that's how you put the frets in." Oh, and then obviously the guy Max goes up here, yeah, and we season the wood. Oh, you season the wood. I wrote a list of things to do and how to build a decent guitar, which is why after that, Hondos are actually pretty good, and in general, Samick are all right. They're basically, someone asked me earlier on, we were talking about a Chapman guitar. The lessons were learnt are still in that because I think it's still the same. They feel similar, like the Hondo Fame series and what was the other one? There's Fame and something else. The sort of high end Hondos are pretty good. Good guitars. Yeah. I don't really know. I think Harmony were more an American thing, Pontiac. You don't really see very many Harmonies, or they might look really weird, and I just don't look at them, or they're worth money, in which case I don't really look at them. You know, to be honest, I'm looking through at cheap guitars and stuff like that, and I'll see a lot of these guitars, and it's like 300-400 quid. Yeah, I'm not even looking at it. Can't afford it. With AI, soon no live or musicians you can sing behind if you like Pina Colada and just mime. Yeah. No, the thing about the AI thing is maybe kids don't realize this. I really noticed this, the difference between a real drum kit and and as well a real guitar amp pushing air at you. You know, there's nothing that comes up to having an actual kick drum in the room with you. You even notice it at big venues, you know, the difference between having a kick drum, and it doesn't matter how well you mix it, what the sound is. It's actually, there's a physical element. There's frequencies that come out of these things, and cymbals, the drums, the cymbals, the guitar amps. There's air moving. For a good guitar solo, there's frequencies you can't hear that are way beyond what you can hear, but they are there, and you notice them when they're not there. Only dogs can hear it, but they are there. So they don't reproduce these on. They do on records. That's why records are better than CDs. Even if the amp can't deal with the really high frequencies, it's not actually reproducing the really, really high frequencies you can't hear. They are on the record, and they're actually coming off the needle. Even if they're really quiet, they're still there, and you notice the difference. So I don't think AI will ever take over. Don Henley is super creepy. Is he? He did do a song, the one that's exactly the same as, or it sounds very, very similar to the Queen song, Breakthrough. But I could only take you, but I can make my smile. But I could only make you, I could truly be a breakthrough. I'm sure there's one that sounds very like that he did. Oh. I see a fretboard and I want to paint it. No, they didn't. I'll correct you there, Amp Wales. It's not painted black fretboard. It's ebonized. Oh, is that like ebony? Yep. We painted it black to look like ebony. So ebonized fretboard. So one of those words that you go, yeah. What's a fretboard? It's an ebonized fretboard. Ebonized. Yeah. Good word. Harmony H's are £15, not shipping it. Well, the problem is it's not Pontiac. It's not. I understand if you're selling something for $15, I couldn't be bothered putting it in a cardboard box and posting it. Really, I just take it. It's like it's that point you just go, no, if nobody wants it, I'll just put it in the bin, or I'll just put it back in the garage and then try and sell it next year. Hey, Rock, I was born in the world before computers, so I've always used amps. People I know always ask me why I don't get an interface and software and play through a computer. It's all passed me by. I get that. I was late to the computer thing. I was talking to someone the other night. 2012, I got a computer. I did have, my dad had a computer, and I used to use that for looking up eBay and stuff like that. You know, I never actually had this whole. I think that was kind of before the ability to watch videos was on it. You know, I used to watch TV. Remember that? I haven't watched TV for years. And I had like VHS video cassettes, and I used to set record things. And basically I used to listen to records. I never watched TV. So it was really the thing that got me was I got my wee brother was playing Xbox Live, a game called Far Cry. And I was watching, that's the graphics have come along. I've not seen a computer for a few years. That's really impressive. And he was actually running about in a group of like 8 folk doing this runny shooty game. And he was talking to each other on a headset, like folk from all over the world. And then there was another 8 folk dressed in red outfits running about as well. And it was like, pure, that game changer. So I got an Xbox with the live thing. And at the time, Xbox with the live thing didn't, which I always thought was completely insane, didn't have the ability to watch YouTube on it, even though you were connected to the internet. Yeah, so I eventually ended up, one time it was because of Facebook, and it was I used to play poker with my pals, and then one time I turned up on a Saturday night, as I always do. You know, I got the text message when it was on, and there was all these rules had changed because there was a big discussion on the Facebook group. I was like, right, I need to get one of these fucking things. So I got one, and then I think it was only a couple of weeks later. I was like, I'm going to do YouTube videos. Sod it, why not? Recording them in an old SLR camera and then uploading them. So there you go. The first videos I've got are they're there. Yeah. But there's an element of there's something awful manly about playing with your guitar and your amp. You know what I mean? Big amps. I do get the whole thing about, you know, the convenience of being able to just like, you know, have even like having something in your multi-effects unit. See, I don't even get multi-effects units. I've got memories of when they first came out, and anytime anyone ever had a multi-effects unit, which is the same as anyone who just gets one, you turn on all the things. It's like, how many effects do I have? 12? Oh, they'll all be on then, and they'll all be up full. Not done tastefully the way the Edge did it. You know, just all of the effects on. So basically, they would play a C, and it would just go. Wow, and that sounded great. Like that. Are you actually playing the guitar there, though? I didn't think it sounded great. So Yeah, but we're all old school in here with the guitars and amps things. I mean, it was only just relatively recently I managed to get talked into actually using even a reverb pedal. It's the only pedal that's on, but then I've talked my way around it by it's not an effects pedal. The reverb could be on the amp. Some of the amps have reverb on them. I never used it, but so it's the reverb is to simulate it being in a bigger room. So it's not an unnatural sound the way I'm using it. It just sounds like I'm in a bigger room, kind of thing. So that's the way around it. And the only guitar pedal I used for years and years, and still the one I use 90% of the time, is the Rat, because that was my amp there, the Softtech, and in the house it's sort of clean. When you turn it up, when you're playing along with drums and stuff like that, it sounds like it's got a Rat pedal on. So I used the Rat pedal to simulate that at a louder volume. So I'm not using it for the sound of the Rat pedal. I'm using it to make my amp sound. And then now I'm used to it. Now I've got loop pedals and stuff. I just get stuck with it. But I mean, the amp sounds and stuff, I mean, they can be fantastic. The recording I did with I'm pure dyed in the wool. I'm not for technology now. The recording I did with Cranking House, we went in and it was Wet's producer did it, and it was all plugins. He was like, I took the orange amp and I was like, I'm not using any effects. I know I'm no effects and no. I wasn't being a pure dick about it. The guy was actually brilliant. He pure nailed me immediately as soon as I walked in. I was up here talking to him. He's up here. That original Roadster, like, aye. We got on like a house on fire. And he's like, right, what we're going to do is we're going to record the drums live in the room next door through the window. So Ali, the drummer, was through there doing that. So I'm just going to plug you in just quickly into amp sims into the desk, so you're all playing it live, even though you're standing in the room behind, and the singer will sing a guide vocal, bass player will play a guide bass, and I'll play guide guitar. So the drummer's got a live thing to listen to. And I was like, this is a great system. Let's do that. He's like, what sort of sound are you after? And I was like, I don't know. Oh, it sounded like Judas Priest, like a JCM 800 or something. And the guy's like, yeah, totally knew that anyway. Got it in, and then then it came down to, we'll overdub it later to replace it. And so after we'd done that, we got the drums down. He's like, up here, right? Trying to be, he's like, up here, right? So do you want to go and we'll set your amp up and do that again? And I was like, well, to be honest, I think it sounded totally fine in here while we were playing it. I was like, that's pretty good. He's like, up here, yeah, okay, I like you, kind of thing. And then it was like, yeah, so, and then did the same with the bass, and he was like, up here, yeah, no, it totally sounds fine. And he would just let him fidget with the knobs and stuff on the plugins. Obviously we did the singing again because the singer was wanting another shot at it in the vocal booth, which is, fair enough. It was only a guide, and then it came to my solos bit. He's like, "You're right. Well, go and mic up your amp and get your for your solos." And I was like, "Well, to be honest, man, it's like the plug-in thing sounds really good. I'm really impressed. You want to just use that, save time?" Like, yes. So that's why there's so much overdubbing on it, because it was dead easy. It was even down to the point where he was actually saying to me, he's like, "Up here, yeah. So listen back, so you've done your solos up here. And that there, it's kind of drops there about, you want to put something in there?" And I'm like, "Up here, a wee diddle." I was like, okay. I was putting in wee diddly bits and extending chords just because he's listed it to go like, "Up here, yeah. This song's fine." It's like, it really wants another bit in there. So he was just telling me to do it. And I was like, I was only in there for 10 minutes per song, just putting wee extra diddles and striking chords again, just to overdub to kind of fatten the sound out, because we're only a 3-piece. And it was great. The caveat there is, he was very clever. I never heard the guitar on its own. So when I was doing the original rhythm track, there was drums, there was bass, there was singing, and it was my guitar in it. When he was doing any mixing or anything like that, everything else was always playing. Okay, we'd pump the guitar up a bit so I could hear it, but there was always stuff in the background. I never listened to the guitar on its own. Maybe if I'd listened to the guitar on its own, I would have gone, "Oh, I can tell that's not a real amp." But when it's in a mix, I couldn't tell anything. Yeah. Sorry. Harmony was originally Chicago made, biggest selling guitars in the 30s, and in the 70s, Hondos. Hondo bought the name and was working with Samick. Not the same Harmony. It was the same. Aye, that's the way it works, yeah. Hondo was a Korean company, and what they wanted to do was similar to West Tone and Westbury. It's like the sound of the West. No, but they're in the East. Didn't have rock and roll the same way. So Hondo was right. We're going to need to make up a brand here, and we want it to sound as American as possible. So what's the most American thing? John Wayne. John Wayne's the most American thing, right? So let's look up what John Wayne, and he was doing a TV series called Hondo, which I've never seen, and that's where he got it up here. Oh, it's John Wayne. So they could have called the guitars John Wayne, but they didn't. They called them Hondo, thinking that's going to be the most American sounding name. We're going to be able to, break into the market because people are going to recognize that and think, oh, it sounds American. And it's like, well, honestly, obviously, the first time I heard Hondo, I went, oh, Honda? No. So there you go. Oh. Saw a documentary about an incident involving 22 grams of coke and 2 teenage runaways. Right, that sounds an interesting one. Well, did as well in a different location. Yeah, at mum and dad's house. I was in the attic. It was a really cool room. Would have stayed there forever if I'd had the money. Oh. Once I saw and heard a man playing House of the Rising Sun. Never tried in Sweden. The end. Everyone hates it here. House of the Rising Sun. I don't. Yeah. Reverb is an essential element. Mr. White's like, I never thought so. I never liked reverb. But the thing is, like, there is reverb in here. See if I turn the reverb pedal off, there is reverb because the sound bounces off the walls and does that. So there's always reverb. No, maybe you can't quite hear it, but it's always there. So that's something I used to notice that very much. See, when I was playing the acoustic guitar, and not so much in this house, but my last one, see if I went over and you're sitting there listening to it, because when you're playing the acoustic guitar, the sound's coming out there, right? And I noticed it. See if I faced the corner of the room playing it, sounded flipping amazing. If anyone's got a corner of the room, try that with an acoustic. See if you think it sounds amazing as well. It's like, the difference between be like up here, yeah, it sounds fine, and it'd be like up here, oh, just like that, sounds fantastic. It's because something to do with the sound bouncing off it and coming back at me, or something like that. Tonewood, Flat Earth. Hey Daniel, how's it going? Happy Saturday. Tonewood exists on the Flat Earth, does it? Oh, just hit the like button. Cheers, Jacob. Yeah, no, these things. I mean, I'm going to start. I'm wondering, you can get a wee flashy up thing that says like. The thing is, I used to use like as an option to go. Oh, I like this video, therefore I might want to watch it again or something like that. But once you've liked 10 things, there's no longer any like videos coming up. So I just like anything that anyone puts up that I want to help out. I generally, being a bit of a dick, don't tend to like it unless I really do think it's amazing. Look at it and go like that. 1 million subscribers, they don't need my like. Whereas if any video I watch, it's got like 100 or a couple hundred or 1,000 subs, it's like, as long as I got all the way through, it's happy. I like this just because it does help. It doesn't cost anything. I've recorded with amp plugins and with a mic tamp in a room. Mic tamp is better, actually, real air and ambience. Possibly. It's just, yeah, probably. But I mean, you're looking at the time aspect of it, and I suppose a bit of knowing what you're doing to get that. Whereas the plugin thing is easy. It's much easier to, and I'm talking about basically what I was after was a sound that sounded like an amp. I wasn't after anything fancy. I mean, I wanted it just to sound like my amp. Sort of like, when the guy asked me what sound I wanted, I was like, I kind of want to sound like one of the Marshalls in the studio. When I met one of the Marshalls in the studio, I mean, I want to sound like the Softtech. I want to sound like a JCM 800 up a bit of bunk. That's kind of my favourite guitar sound, probably. I would be tempted to say Tony Iommi's Laney sort of thing, but a lot of this is studio produced. A lot of the distortion comes in on your actual ears because it's so loud. Honda was started in '69 by 2 Texans, contracted with Korea makers. Possibly. Well, it can't have been them that decided. See, I don't know. It's like this is the internet. The internet phenomenon there. That might, I might be wrong about that because I read that on the internet. Anything you read on the internet is questionable. So if I can get another 5 likes, because there's 19 people watching, another 5 likes, I'll skip the ads. If not, you get 46 seconds. Yeah. And then some of you will disappear. Well, you won't. You'll have to watch a 30-second advert or something like that. And then you won't hear my brilliant joke, which I'm going to tell you. So 30 seconds for the best joke in the world. And another one there, Joachim. 11, nearly 22 seconds for you. If you haven't hit like, go for it. The best guitar bass you've played through life. Shoot out. My best bass was an Ariel Pro SB 1000. and poorly my own Blazer 550 Brothers 84 square strats, or 84 square strats, a Japanese one. Yeah, I can understand that. I don't know. It's like, I think the best amp I've ever used is the Sovtech. That's my favourite amp of all time. Is anyone still here? Do you have to watch adverts? I don't know if I could really nail it down to being the best guitar I've ever played. For ages, I thought it was my Schecter Telecaster, but I'm not sure some of the ones I've got. I'm going to say that one. I'm going to say the Corker, even though it's not the best setup just now. Best guitar I've ever played. I mean, it might be the wee Red Star, possibly. Something like that. You know, I don't think it's necessarily going to be the most expensive guitar, but it's best for what? The one I've liked most, or the one that's best. You know, there is a slight difference. So I don't know. And the best bass, it's probably my Schecter P bass, which I've had for ages, but it's not. I don't even play it anymore. I don't even know what bass I like best is. It's kind of a difficult one. Using reverb for my shows. Meant liked most, not the best. Yeah, that makes sense. Adblock Plus is blocking ads on YouTube now because everyone complained. Fair enough. I'll have to admit that I use Adblock Plus as well. I'm a bastard. I admit it. I think that the thing I've always thought about reverb is, I always remember this with people who weren't very good with the singing, especially, is I want lots and lots and lots of reverb on the singing, on the vocals, so that you can't hear my mistakes. And it's like, so there's an element of that, of snobbery in there as well, I guess, with the reverb. But reverb is one of those things that, you get a reverb pedal, you get the reverb on your amp when you first get an amp with reverb, and you turn it up full bung. The same as like all these multi-effects units, you turn it up full bung to hear what it sounds like, and having all the reverb on doesn't sound good. So you kind of want it on, and it's the same with a pedal. So it's on, so you're vaguely aware that it's there. You notice it when you turn it off, but you don't really notice it when it's on, if you know what I mean. And then you're sitting there thinking, I just paid 50 quid for a reverb pedal. I think reverb pedals are more expensive than that. I just paid 80 quid for a reverb pedal. I want it to be on. It's like, I want to hear it, which doesn't work for, a lot of things. A lot of these, they are, like, I don't know, like a Klon Centaur, like you're paying $5,000 for it or something like that. And it doesn't do a lot of distortion. I've never played through a real one. I've played through clones of it, and it's like, well, if I'd paid $5,000 for a pedal, I want that thing up full bung so it's all you can hear. And it's like, if it doesn't sound good, then there's no point. It's kind of bizarre. I hit the like button in videos so I know if I've watched it before or not. Does that work? I don't know. I normally there's a red line on the bottom that tells you where it was the last time you watched it. If you just watched it from till the end, mind you, I maybe skip. I maybe don't watch videos to the very end. I would maybe watch mine because I don't have endings. But normally when it comes up with a bit at the end, it goes, thanks to all my subscribers, and here's my Patreon links and all that, and it comes up with the 2 boxes telling you what videos to come next. I'm normally right next. So the next time that comes up in my feed, it's got a red line that goes all the way along the bottom to just before the end, so I know I've watched it. Which could work that way. But I don't know, the like most. Yeah, I don't know. I've got so many guitars, it's hard to decipher. I don't know if there's any guitar. Maybe if there's any guitars I've ever played that I've absolutely loved, that I wished I had, that I wish were mine. And I'm not really. I mean, people have got guitars that I go, oh, that's really nice. That's really nice, but it's not one. I've never really had one that I've really, don't know. And then the liked best things, depending on which one I'm playing. Just now, I'm really liking this one because it's kind of a bit of a surprise for me. Yeah, Cage Paps, it's Sunday. Where have you been? Do you not remember the invasion yesterday? You're not one of the people that get your memory wiped after the invasion. That means that you got bummed. You know what I mean? I remember they took away 10% of the population and anally probed them. And then apparently they don't seem to be complaining about it, so I assume they got their mind wiped. Maybe you're one of them. I ran away. I hid. So when the three-legged walking things were walking about, I hid. They never found me, so I was fine. Reverb can be used as a wacky sound. Yes, it can be. Plugin called FX Unreal can wash out the sound in the extreme. I used it a lot. Yeah, no, I mean, there's places for it, but it's just like, I suppose it's one of those things. Generally, I'd like the ability to switch very quickly between things. So I like to be able to be playing. Well, I can switch between a sort of clean sound and a sort of heavy sound just by using the distortion pedal or something. I suppose you could do that with reverb as well. It's maybe just there's too much adjustment, and I don't want stuck with it. Not that you get stuck with it. Yeah, Cage Paps. I'm sure it was great. It probably. It's a shame. Maybe it could be a shame that you don't remember it. Sorry, I really shouldn't. I really shouldn't be offensive to people that watch, but you know it's meant to be funny. I think you probably, if you're watching this, you probably know that I'm a bit of a dick anyway, and it's all meant in good humour. Oh, on the basis of your podcast on the Gocko Fuzz Octave pedal, I bought one on eBay for 30 quid. Thanks, that great pedal. I got 70s. You know, Rocco, I'm sorry, I don't remember a Gocko Fuzz pedal. The Gecko. No. I don't remember that. I did do a thing called Fuzz Thursday for a while. Last year or the year before, when somebody lent me I've got a couple of fuzz pedals. I decided at one point, the reason I got into fuzz pedals was my Gojira effects pedal. Is it there? There it is there. I saw a picture of a Gojira pedal, right, which are made in Largs, which I quite liked, and that's it there. This is my pedal board from when I was in Crankenhouse. This was a tuner, so I had a fuzz pedal and a tuner. But I saw that and I thought, oh my God, it's a Terminator. The eyeball lights up when you turn it on. I want to buy that. What is it? So I was up here and it had a price. It was 30 quid. So it was 30 quid. It was made in Largs, which is in Scotland. And I thought, that's cool as fuck. I want to buy that. And I kind of already decided I was buying it. And it was like, I had to ask what it was. It's like, what kind of pedal is it? It's like, oh, it's a Meat Boy Fuzz. I was like, it was a fuzz pedal. I genuinely didn't even know what it was, but I wanted it because it had the Terminator eye. I even complained in the video demo of it. It's like the Terminator eye lights up purple, not red. So I haven't changed it yet, but the Terminator's got a red eye. I know it's more fancy to have, boutique pedals. You put in funny coloured LEDs because red's boring, but I mean, it's a Terminator. So I need to get into that. So I'm talking about fuzz pedals. I think I've got 2 or 3 fuzz pedals. I've got the wee Delamo one, and my pal who's mad into fuzz. Andrew's pure mad into fuzz, and he's like, and he brought over a poly bag with about 6 or 7 in it. So you like fuzz pedals? Why don't you do a fuzz pedal series? So I did, and then my other pal T-Gun. So I saw you did a fuzz pedal series. Here's another bag of another 10 fuzz pedals. Here, have a shot of all of mine. So I did like 20 fuzz pedals in, I think, pretty much 20 weeks in a row, called Fuzz Thursday. So I'm not the only person. Unlike Lister from Red Dwarf, who spells Thursday with an F, it was Fuzz Thursday. Taking a good humor, yeah. Was that you that made that joke? I know. I know. The thing is, it's like if I didn't know you, I would say that I don't know you at all. But I know you keep coming back, so you must be cool. It's like one of those things that I probably really annoy a lot of folk think I'm a pure arsehole, don't like me. They don't watch, they don't come back, they don't comment. So it's like, if you do, then you're all right. Andy on Tetron, how's it going, Andy? What have you missed? You missed it. I decided I was going to do live streams on a Saturday night, so I didn't feel pure awful on a Monday morning. I never seemed so. I don't know what have we missed. We're talking about. I don't know if you saw it during the week, Andy. I did a video. It was like lessons you never get taught on the guitar. It was just simple things like you're turning the volume down in the band when you've finished the song and you're going on to the next song. Don't just let your don't just be talking there while you're talking over your guitar just ringing away. You turn it down and be stupid things like that. So I'm kind of asking if there's any other things that are kind of like that, which you take for granted, but are something that maybe you need to be told at the very start, mistakes you made really early on when you're playing the guitar, that you don't really think of. Another thing is amps. See, I remember having an amp that sounded great, and then I had it, and then it sounded really bad, and it was because it was an open back cabinet. Right, this doesn't work for all of them, but it sounded awful, and I realised that, see, because I had it against the wall, there was something to do with the back of the cabinet, because it was a half open back cabinet. It needs to have air going into that to sound all right. It sounded really shit when it was against the wall, but if you pulled it out 6 inches, yeah, insert joke here. If you pulled the amp away from the wall 6 inches, it sounded like it did before. It's like made such a huge difference. And also things like I'm now coming up with these ideas myself, but thinking about like my pal was really, this guy I know was really good guitarist, knew what he was talking about, and he was so into this hum cancelling. He had to have hum cancelling everything. He couldn't deal with like single coil pickups. They had to be stacked and all that. And it was sitting there, so I was fitting stacked pickups and stuff, and rewiring his guitars for him. And I realized that basically where he was sitting in the seat, right? So if you imagine the seat was here and his amp was there, so he was literally that far away from the speaker. And it's like, that's why you're having all these problems with hum. It's like you want to be, and also have the speaker looking at you. So I'm like, okay, it doesn't work just now because I'm looking at you, hearing it coming from behind me for that gig realism. You know what I mean? It's like I do have the speakers kind of pointing at the mic sort of thing, but if you've got the amp and you're sitting on a sofa and the amp's there pointing that way, you're not hearing the amp, you're hearing the amp bouncing off the whole room and coming back to you. So kind of point the amp at you sort of thing, and then don't sit this far away from it. Make sure you're, if you're 4 feet away or something like that, you'll notice. I mean, even this isn't particularly loud, but if it's buzzing. You can't hear that, but it buzzes when you hold it. If you hold that's not even that's the amp, not the speaker. That's the speaker there. Okay, it's not the speaker that makes it buzz. So that there's something I've learned. So I was holding up to the speaker there thinking, okay, you're getting a wee bit of 50 cycle hum, but that speaker's not on. It's the 3 I'm playing through, so it's obviously the amp, not the speaker, that causes it to buzz. Things like that, which may seem very, very obvious, but they're not really obvious if you've never really thought about it. Open back or close back, discuss. If you're buying a quality amp, and I mean like a Marshall or a Fender or a Laney or an Orange, they probably got it right. Or if you're buying like a Marshall 4x12 cabinet, that's been designed to do that. So there must be some way of. There's more to it than just building a cabinet, putting speakers on it. Trace Elliott, there's folk that work this shit out. It's not just a case of just having a box with a speaker in it. Even though I did build, you can't even see it. I had a great idea. I wanted I'd one expensive Celestion speaker, a creamback, and I decided I wanted a 2x12, but I wanted it to look like a 4x12, so it's got like an angled front on it. So I wanted to make the smallest possible cabinet. It's made of Piranha pine, which has been banned for like 100 years for use. It was my granny's old shelves. It's like the best wood for making staircases. The Victorians absolutely loved it, and then it's practically extinct. There's as far as I'm aware, there's only one guitar that's ever been built out of Piranha pine, and currently it's in China because I built it. And from those same shelves, I built a Flying V and gave it to Civet. And that cabinet's made of proper Piranha pine tone wood. It's an amazing looking wood. It's just it's sitting away down there. I don't really. Well, when I say I don't use it, I use it for sitting that Marshall bass amp on. Best lesson learned: shit from your mates. I totally agree with that. Find someone else, or even not that. Watch your pals and see what it is you like, or even just watch. And I remember seeing when the Led Zeppelin the DVD came out. I was watching, that's the first time I'd ever really seen Led Zeppelin in proper definition, where you could actually see what they're doing. I was noticing Jimmy Page was playing an A with one finger. And it's like, oh, it's all right to play an A with one finger. Wow, I've been doing that thinking, oh, I can't really do that. I should be playing it like that. Fucking, it's not that difficult. Well, hold on, I'm feeling a wee bit skipped down. Best lesson: don't go to guitar lessons. Learn tricks from your mates. I don't know, but guitar lessons can help, but don't not take stuff from your mates, and don't and it's not like, no, don't learn from a book. Just because I couldn't really learn from a book, I still learned a bit, and I got a bit from watching. I used to watch the Paul Gilbert guitar lessons, and it wasn't a case of watching it and then sitting there trying to work out the scales he was talking about. Just his actual attitude on how he was doing it. Thinking about it, we just little bits, and I would watch like half-hour videos, like from his intense rock. I'm not sitting there, you see the tab in it, but I'm not sitting playing along with it. I'm just watching him doing it, and like bits of it are coming in. I'm getting wee bits. Maybe not. I'm not learning how to play, the 3-note per string super scales and stuff like that. But the wee bits, you go, oh, and you just take wee bits every time you watch someone else playing the guitar. Notice what they're doing, what they like. Look at the way they're standing with it. Look at the way they're playing certain chords. The attitude, the bits you like, and kind of go, oh. Yeah, Cage Paps, you're a pure arsehole, but in a good way. Yes, I'd put that way as well. You're one of us. One of the Steam team. The Steam team are all arseholes, but they're all cool. Best lesson. I keep coming back because I love the guitar and gear talk. You seem to like kind of I blow horn with. I've never heard of blow horn, but there you go. I try and keep up with the guitar. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I tried to make it accessible. It was like, the reason I started the YouTube channel, I've said this a few times, it was like, I get really annoyed with demos of guitars, which consisted of, here's the whatever model of guitar, and basically it was just a shot of the guitar like this, of someone, no talking, and somebody just playing along with a blues backing track, letting you hear the tone, and it's like, so I was like, well, I'm going to do fucking videos, and I'm at the start, I'm going to go, hello, look, yes, this is a Fender Stratocaster, blah, blah, and not just the pure stereo thing. I wanted to put a face to the people that I was looking at and stuff like that. And I've got really bad at just talking shit the whole time, but I've kind of got used to it. I think I would be a good TV presenter. I think I could do that. I don't think there's really any difference between this and doing live TV. If you got me, basically in a worst case scenario, it was like, I've got to read the news. I reckon I probably could, just because it's a sort of, it's not necessarily a confidence thing. It's just something that I've done that many times. It's like, I'm fine with it. I even noticed it before, sometimes going around to my pal's house, I was okay if I do a wee video, it's like of your guitar. I've got my GoPro with me, and I set it up, and it was like, hey, YouTube, and you can see them all going, and then kind of like pure panicking. It's like, no, sorry, I can stop it. It's not live. This is live. This is a bit different, but I mean, because I've done that many videos, the talking things you can learn when you're new. What's your take on the classic I've Got a Grand? Where is it split guitar versus amp pedals, or both bedroom and gigging? It depends what you've got, because I reckon if you've got a grand and you're thinking of starting playing the guitar, I would kind of say save half that money. If you're learning to play the guitar, I don't think there's really any point in spending a grand. If you've never played the guitar before, it's kind of not, I said it's kind of not worthwhile spending a grand. Because the thing is, if you start off with too good a guitar, you're not really going to appreciate what it is you have. So you've got to start off with a decent guitar. Start off with, I think any modern guitars are a bit different. If you buy any modern, Squire kind of top sort of thing, that and an actual amp, and you'll get, and then that means that once you've played for a year or 6 months, and you get to think, right, now I realize that maybe I didn't want a Strat, maybe I wanted a Les Paul, or maybe I wanted an SG, or maybe you get a bit more taste in it, and you realize what it is you like and what you don't like, so you can choose. Whereas if you just go and blow a grand immediately, what you bought the wrong thing. So I don't. But I mean, if you're talking about if it was me, I mean, I would. But the thing is, I would wait about. It's the old thing. I think I did a couple of things like this with Scott, with if you had a grand, and Andertons do it well. They do a thing where you've got like a grand, you're doing a gig tonight, there was a car accident, and basically the insurance, you've got this gig tonight, so you've got to get a guitar and an amp for the ones that were replaced, the ones that are bound, and you've got a £1,000 credit note to play the gig tonight. That becomes a different thing, and then you start thinking, well, I'd need to have a decent amp for playing a gig. You know what I mean? There's no point in having a 10-watt practice amp, which is fine, or like a Black Star Fly or something like that. It's not really any good if you've got a gig. So the tendency there would be buy the best gigging amp, probably spend the bulk on how quickly you can get something like the Orange, or like something like that, and then that you can pick up for 300 quid. You can get a guitar that will be good enough. But if it's for your house, I would. And you had to buy it new. The thing is that buying it new doesn't give you that guarantee, which it should, which I think it used to. Whereas if you were buying it, or maybe if you're buying it from like a small guitar store that actually sets guitars up, do you know what I mean? You can buy a guitar. I mean, I'm talking, it doesn't have necessarily, just because you spent £1,000 on a guitar doesn't mean that it's playing well. I've played guitars before in guitar shops that are £1,000, and it's like, this is playing like absolute shit. Someone probably bought that guitar thinking, I'm going to spend £1,000 and I'll get a good guitar. It's like, well, give me the Squire Bullet and 15 minutes with an Allen key, and I'll give you a guitar that plays better than that £1,000 Gibson. So whereas if you're buying it from like a small shop, something like that BL, or the one in Hamilton, something like that, you're not going to go in there. If you go in there and spend 250 quid on a guitar, you're going to get one that plays really well, and it's going to be a thoroughly giggable and usable and lasting guitar. If you just buy it from Amazon or Thomann or something, you're just getting it. There it goes. Oh, here you go. So, how's it set up? Yeah, it's probably set up in the factory, probably. It probably is, aye. Maybe it is. Maybe it'll play really well. Whereas if you go to one of these wee shops where they don't necessarily just churn, going into a guitar shop and buying a guitar, you don't want them to go through the back and go, there's your guitar there, and you've got an unopened cardboard box. And it's like, I played that one on the wall. That's the demo model. We set that up, put good strings on it, and it plays well. This is the one you've bought. It's better because it's still got the plastic on it. And you're like, you got to check these things. We're talking things you learn when you're new. What's your take on the? Oh, you've already done that. Oh, all the Steam team are all amazing. I spent years on learning stuff I was taught because the techniques don't translate to rock. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, well, I mean, there's rock and there's rock. It's got to be fun. If it's not fun, then we didn't start. We never talk about banjos in here. Sorry, I've missed it. If I've missed something, just comment again, because I've had to skip down because I'm a bit late. Yeah, Tom, Saturday steaming. Mate has more guitars than me, but he can't play. He tries every year or so, but he gets fed up after a few weeks. Yeah, I suppose it's maybe just aiming low and trying. The thing is, it's going to have built up, isn't it, over the years? Like the first time, you got to have that impetus to try, and maybe an element of it is if you've got a lot of guitars and you know that you've got. I'm not even talking about a £2,500 Les Paul. You've got like a £500 guitar, and you're playing it, and it doesn't sound brilliant. It's like it's your fault, so you just kind of give up. Whereas there is an element of having, like an Encore or the cheapest Squire. Like I keep going about the Squire Bullet Mustang. I really do like that guitar. That with a small amount of adjustment, should it need it, should be fucking great, good enough. Not going to sound as good as a Strat, or like a Japanese Strat. It's not going to sound, but you're going to be able to play everything on it and learn it, and then at least once you've been playing for a year and something like that, when you get used to that guitar, you're going to get a shot of another guitar, and you're going to actually appreciate that it's nicer. So there's a difference to it. Whereas if you start off on a £500 guitar, you don't know the difference in the sound. It's kind of difficult. When I was playing classical, I played the play I wanted. The teacher always said no, but the notations are open to interpretation. Sort of, yes, but then it comes into, it's not a case of there is a right way of doing it, but there is. This is kind of why I was doing it when I got frustrated with the other night. My finger's still a wee bit sore. It's like it's not. It is. It's like why are you telling me to not strum like this? I've been doing that for 10 years and it sounds fine. And it's like it doesn't. It sounds really bad because of the way you're strumming. Didn't say that. Well, I did over time, but it's like that. That's really. I'm not saying, oh, it doesn't look right. No, it doesn't matter what it looks like. And if it sounded fine, I would never have mentioned it. It's the fact that it's kind of struggling, or if you only ever play downstrokes, which a lot of people do, it's like that is a technique to play downstrokes. That's fine, but you need to be able to do a bit more so you can do something else. And it's like, but can you do it fast? Can you do this? And it's like, yeah. And it's like, that's not really as fast as that. You know what I mean? So up and down, it means you can do things that you can't do just doing downstrokes. It's that kind of thing. So you've got to take on board some stuff, but if it sounds good, then fine. Buying an old Yamaha 78G30 amp, buying old amps is my recent addiction, Tom. I bet you can get them sort of quite cheap as well because people don't. It's easy now to not. There is an option to not have amps, whereas if you go back 20 years, there wasn't an option to not have an amp. Well, I suppose the option was you don't plug it in, so you just play it, not plugged in. But now, because you've got an app on your phone, a Bluetooth speaker, your computer, there's other ways to make that sound, so you don't actually physically need an amp. And there is an element of, it's like, oh, my wife doesn't want that amp in the living room. The way around that is to buy a really beautiful amp made of super tone wood, which looks really cool. And then your wife will let you have it in the living room. But, kind of just... And so it's like sort of ugly, which I would term all the amps I've got. They're not exactly Art Deco decoration, although I'm going to argue that one kind of is. It's... So you can probably get them quite cheap. And it's also the whole thing about having like a G30, I'd imagine it's a 30-watt solid-state amp, which is probably a very nearly giggable amp with a big speaker. I bet you it sounds amazing, but I love it. And you can stack amps on top of each other as well. I don't mean for like sound, I just mean for space. It's like I've got many more speakers I'm playing through there just because you can put them on top of each other and it doesn't take up any more floor space. Rocking. Any Squire and a Vox Pathfinder. Yeah, Stevie Zero could be. Yeah. I don't know about any Squire. Yeah, but any modern Squire. The thing is about Squire is like they're not all good. They started off really good, really, really good. And then sometimes they're during the 90s and the 2000s. Sometimes I've played some really shit Squires. I don't just mean, oh, this had a really high action. I mean, they're really shit built guitars. But they still say Squire on them. It is an official Squire, but it's like the neck was kind of really dry, shitey woods, and the frets were just crap frets, and it had crap pickups and all that. Not all of them. Some of them are good, but you need to kind of delve into it to find out which ones to get. But if you're buying a new one, they're all right and they all work. Do you know anything about the Dean Custom Zone? I don't even know what a Dean Custom Zone is. I know Dean made the ML, and I saw a really cool bass for the first time in person. Seen it before. Dean do a bass that's got like it's all lime green, including the fretboard. I keep seeing them. I've never seen one quite cheap enough for me to just buy. I don't know how good a bass is. I'm sure it's all right, but I love the fact it's got a lime green fretboard though. That was great. A skilled professional can play the pants off anyone on any crap instrument. Period. Seen it. Well, that's where it comes in. No, not any crap instrument, Joachim. That's the problem. It's like I'm not sitting there going like that. But if you're talking about like a mid-level Squire, yeah, 100%. But you can still get guitars that the strings just buzz. The bridge is in the wrong place. I mean, and I keep going. I'll save you all by skipping the ads this time. But like that. Bitching about Harley Benton again. That one that Scott had, that left-handed one. No, you could not play that. And yeah, honestly, I would sound better than Jimi Hendrix if he was playing that and I was playing this. It's just if the frets don't work, you know what I mean? If the output jack doesn't work, if the bridge is in the wrong place, there is a point you get to, and that point is like I'm saying, talking about the Squire Mustang because it's one I know. That's totally above that point. That's fine. It's everything on it's acceptable or good or whatever. But you do get to a point where you just go, well, it's not. It's but it's that's when it becomes a guitar, not a guitar shaped object. You get what I mean? It's kind of, but yeah, totally. But yeah, skill over equipment, but it's got to be slight. It's got to be at a certain level. You know what I mean? It's like pure. It's like put me up against Jimi Hendrix, right? I am better on. I can play the guitar better than Jimi Hendrix on this guitar if I take the strings off this guitar before I give it to Jimi Hendrix. Do you know what I mean? Or so if it doesn't have any strings, it's just shite. That's the same as the bridge being in the wrong place, or the nut not being there, or the oh, but yeah. Hey Kenneth, how's it going? Oh, they can't be ugly amps, Pontiac. If you like them, they must be beautiful. But I mean, what's that? Do you really get an ugly amp? There's not really one that I've never. You do, but then again, they're quite cool because they're ugly. Who's it? Is it Custom make amps and they've got like what looks like an inflatable outside on them? I saw some in America. It's got like a sort of. It kind of looks like cushions around the outside. I mean, that's pretty fucking ugly. Still pretty cool, but because it's ugly, I quite like it. Learning guitar, I wanted to pull birds. I was too shy to talk, so I started playing bands at 14. Just learning one song at a time, start to finish, help me. Yeah, well, that it's an element of it's kind of what works for you. If and I never I started playing the bass, so I never get any birds from playing the guitar, but it is. I mean, you do get I do get comments and stuff like that when I'm playing guitar. I remember them. So you don't fancy no one ever fancies the bass player. And I was like saying it was like laughing about that, and I was like, "Up your head! I'm a bass player." Go on there. So I know you play guitar as well. I was like, as a pure defense. It's like as in if I didn't play the guitar, nah. The bass was kind of acceptable, and then once you got to know me, it was fine. Oh, you're quite good in the bass as well. But no, it was like the guitar player was the main hit. All right. Don't know how that works. Yeah, I would see the memes. Because it shows you like the singer who's got like I don't know half a dozen birds hanging about him, like the cartoon thing, and the lead guitarist got half a dozen birds, and then the bass player's got some guy coming up and showing him a picture of his bass on the phone or talking about his amp. It's like yeah, there is an element of truth to that. You're leaving already? Are you, Kenneth? What's happened? I'm tempted by Harry Penny. They've got one for 300 quid, which is Rick Graham's Charvel copy. I don't know. I mean, give it a shot. I mean, maybe I've just had bad. There's a certain element of taste. I mean, yeah, you can make them play. Probably not that one that Scott had. It was terrible, but it was a B stock one, and it's like you never know if you're buying a B stock one. Okay, maybe you deserve that, but sometimes when you know why it's a B stock, that's fine. I mean, I think the guitar was only £100 new, so it was like 80 quid as B stock. So you're looking at it, why is it B stock? And it's like, well, it's got a big scratch down the back. Yeah, that's fine. That's totally. So I just buy the B stock one. I'd fucking save 20 quid and it's got a scratch in the back. You can't even see that, or even just a wee one. Enough to make it not perfect. That's fine. It's like, well, why is it B stock? It's got a twisted neck. Well, it's worthless then. I think basically, I don't even think. I think just by the price of them, with something like Harley Benton, the B stocks are just ones that have been sent back. They don't even look at it to see why it's been sent back. Sent back, okay, that's fine. It's cheaper just to put that back and put it in the B stock pile rather than get somebody to actually have a look at it and find what's wrong with it, or actually take pictures of it. They'll just sell it. And there goes my monetization anyway. There's no point in having adverts because I'm smoking. Yeah. Oh. Well, you're leaving already because I'm talking about Harley Benton. No, but it's fine. I mean, it'll be fine. If the guitar is unplayable, it's going to sound crap. Yeah, but I mean that's just when it comes into the. There's a line. I kind of generally tend to sort of slightly hover a bit over that line. By a 10 gun Gibson, played Devo's Satisfaction on it, quite right. The later black Yamahas with the green piping, not as nice as the 70s Yamaha. I don't really know that much of Honestly, Cage Paps, I'm sorry, but see if you buy a Harley Benton, give it to me for a setup. I traded for one of those. See, the Harley Bentons I don't mind as much there's a Mustang copy, which is all right. The simple ones, it's only 100 quid or whatever, 120 quid. That's fine. But see, when you get to the £300 one and you've got your stainless steel frets and your Wilkinson hardware and all that, and it's like, oh my God, look at that spec list. If you look at Fender, that spec list's £1,000. It's like, yeah, but they put the bridge in the right place. They put the frets on properly. I think I would possibly refuse to do it, honestly, because of that one I had. It was called a Fusion Telecaster, and it had like a bird's eye maple neck, big bird's eye maple top, Wilkinson hardware, stainless steel frets, baked maple neck, and it was fucking rubbish. It was a crap. It was a piece of shit. I managed to get it to play after an afternoon fucking about with it to make it play, not play good, to play. It was a terrible, awful guitar. Like that versus the £120 Squire Bullet Mustang. Bullet Mustang was a guitar. The Harley Benton one wasn't. So I'm sorry, Cage Paps. I'm refusing to take it. You can't do stainless steel frets. Are a bad idea for when you're if you get somebody who has no interest in guitars and basically is getting paid to put the frets in, and they've got to do 10 guitars an hour. They're just going dunk, 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 dunk. Oh, did I put the right fret in right next? And then it gets assembled by someone who goes, put the neck on, and then someone puts the bridge on, someone puts strings on, put it in a box, and they send it to you. That's it. Nobody who knows anything about guitars has built it. If you just get, give me a palette, I'll make you a guitar that's better than it. Sorry. The Roland amps from the 70s are cool too, made in Japan. Yes, no, I can imagine they're fine. The Roland stuff, it's just like, it comes down to, it's like you're looking at things. I mean, there's an awful lot of amps you get over here. I don't even know if you're over here or not, but like ones from back in the 70s and 80s and probably even starting into the 90s, pubs didn't have like a backline, and there wasn't the vast array of secondhand stuff available that you get now. So proper pub gigging amps, maybe even something like that, are worthless now, sort of. And that would count. It doesn't really matter what one it is, unless it's a Marshall, like a Marshall JCM 800 or something. They're worth tons of money, or a Fender, or probably a Roland Jazz Chorus. But there's all the other ones, which were, 20% cheaper at the time, and they were just as good, but the names disappeared. McGregor and H&H and all this crap. I think H&H have actually started going up a little bit. So it's kind of, yeah. I mean, I used to hate the Jazz Chorus, but it depends what it is you're trying to do with it. You got your boy's ukulele. Yeah, it's fine. AJ Packs, I'm drinking. Yeah, also drinking and smoking. I'm quite enjoying myself, so it's fine. Points out the Roland amp you got 2 weeks ago was made 2 years before the Jazz Chorus. But again, there's your Jazz Chorus, because the Jazz Chorus has the name. People know, oh, Roland Jazz Chorus, there you go. Yeah, totally. And I bet you they do there's possibly even other amps that are maybe even higher up in the range than the Jazz Chorus. It was a more expensive and better amp at the time, but it's worth nothing now because nobody knows what it is. Because the Jazz Chorus is the one you know. They should last forever, technically. If we're talking about the Harley Benz, it's just they're assembled by someone. They don't care. It's all about getting it out. They've got that spec list that sells it, and a really good photo. That's what sells it. If you put these guitars into a shop where people who knew what they were doing, especially if we're talking about a £300 guitar, people are going to go in and try it. Nobody would ever buy one if they went in and tried it. Maybe there's a random chance that they would put the frets in the right place and they would be level, and there's a random chance they would put the pickups in properly. and there was a random chance they'd put the bridge in the right place. So some of them will be right. But the one I had, the bridge was in the wrong place. The pickups, I had to take it out and route it and then put the screws in the right place to make it fit. The frets were all over the place, you know, and there were stainless steel frets, which are an absolute bastard to work with. And it was all just a picture. The guitar itself, and even when I got it playing, it didn't even sound good. You know what I mean? I made it play so it didn't buzz and all the notes sounded, but I mean, that was what you could say about it. What was the sound like? Shite. But it's got tone wood. Did have tone wood. I looked it up on the internet. Look, tone wood says there. Tone wood. Like that, yeah. It wasn't. Oh. Oh. They should last forever, technically. What I'd say is they are a bastard. I think you're probably not right, right? Bastard. They're a bastard to work on. Yeah, but the thing is as well, it's like, are they in the right place? Do strings last longer? I'd imagine they'd probably last. Possibly. But if the strings don't generally wear out, they go rusty and die because they're old rather than being worn out properly, I think. So Frank Marino, I don't even. It's disgusting. I don't really even know who Frank Marino is. I know Frank Marino, Mahogany Rush. I don't know anything else apart from that. Just never come across it. But there you go. I should probably look all these things up. The thing is, now I've got the excuse. But by the time I got a computer, I already had 1,000 albums of all the bands that I bought from random. So it's like I just never bought one. Oh. Hey, Papa Blue, you bought 2 Harley Benton CST guitars. Is that the Telecaster? One was just okay, the other was complete junk. Yeah, no, they're fine. Stainless steel frets last forever. What you need to crown? You need to crown them at the start, Pontiac. So basically, I think if you buy a Fender that's got stainless steel frets, yeah, possibly, because they'll have actually, they will have crowned them, not gone dunk, 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 dunk 22 times. Next. That's how frets are put in on guitars like that. Which, and if they're just normal nickel frets, you can, I'll just level them and crown them myself. That's fine. Whereas if you have stainless steel ones, you're just going to, unless you've got really expensive files and stuff like that, they just wear out and break. It's a bitch. And you can't polish them either because they don't want to be polished because they're stainless steel. So basically, no. I would say stainless steel frets, avoid at all costs, unless you're buying a Gibson or a Fender or an Ibanez. Any Ibanez with stainless steel frets would be great. Any Yamaha with stainless steel frets would be great, but not from any of these companies that are just churning out, oh, that's got stainless steel frets and it's half the price of any other guitar with stainless steel frets. Yes, because one of the reasons they're expensive, it's not expensive to buy the frets. The frets are, 50 pence, $1, a pound more than normal frets. Yeah, totally. But the working on them is way harder, way more expensive, takes way, so that's where the money comes in. But if you're not actually going to work on them, as in you're just going to hammer them in and then put the guitar in the box and send it to the shop, yeah. So I would. The Roland Jazz Chorus requires 2 speakers to get their specific brand of chorus. Yes, I get that. That's because it's like a physical thing, I think, that just switches between the 2 speakers. It's not a simulation of chorus, it is actual chorus. AKH Paps, there's quite a few pro players who prefer nickel. I think now. Well, the thing is, it's like Jimi Hendrix did, or who's all the best guitar? The best. Maybe there are guitarists nowadays that are the best guitarists in the world that I just haven't really heard. And it's maybe just because Hendrix was first and Iommi was first. They were all first at what they were doing. Those are my heroes. I don't even really know if there's any, even my heroes that are current. You're going to say someone like Paul Gilbert's current. I meant to say, I haven't mentioned this. Young Yngwie Malmsteen has gone up 50% in my my chart of impressiveness of Yngwie, because he's got his own YouTube channel. I think it was about a year ago. He did an interview. He was Coffee with Yngwie or something it's called. It was him just talking on a Zoom call with Steve Vai, and he's cool as fuck. He's pretty funny. And then on another, so obviously now I'd watched it come up on my next feed, and it was like Yngwie's favourite guitar things, and he's talking about his signature pickup set. And that's how fit the segment. It was a loaded scratch plate, and he fitted the loaded scratch plate himself. He's sitting there with the soldering iron and all that, so he's gone up in my reckoning from that. I like him now. I used to always liked one or two of the songs. I quite impressed with his technical ability, but always heard he was a dick. But he's not. He's cool. I like him. But yeah, I think Chapman are maybe they're guilty for that whole thing about putting Seymour Duncans in and thing. It's like, yeah, totally. It does. It can be a perceived value thing when you look, if you're buying something off the internet. It's that whole thing. Whereas all the guitars, like I like the ones from the 80s in Japan, they had to fight against that. They had to be, you're not going to buy, like look at the Washburn Falcon. Okay, it does have a ridiculous spec list, but you don't look at them in a photo and buy it over a Les Paul. You go into the shop and they've got the Washburn Falcon or the Les Paul, and they're both kind of the same price. Kind of. The Washburn's maybe a wee bit cheaper, and you're going to play the two of them, and the Washburn's miles better than the 1980 Gibson Les Paul. So that's why people bought them. Whereas if they did it now, you're going to buy the one off spec rather than the one you've actually played. The PV chorus, yeah, I bet you there's a lot, but it's a wee bit of a minefield. Depends what it is you're into, and it's like, again, I'm going to say something that's stupid, doesn't come against me. You can only play through one amp at a time, but you can only play one guitar at a time. So, what's the difference between having half a dozen guitars and one amp, or having one guitar and half a dozen amps to get different sounds? It doesn't. That's fine. Arch guitars have stainless steel frets and compound radius 7.25 to 9.5. I want one. The cheapest is a Strat type for about 270. I don't know. I mean, try that. I do like the idea of a 7.25 to 9.5 compound radius. The only guitar I've normally got that's got a compound radius is the FGN, and annoyingly, it doesn't do what that does. 7.25 to 9.5. I like that idea where you've got like, this is a 7.25. I quite like the idea of it being flatter up here, but the 7.25 down here is kind of like roll. It feels, the first time you play one, it feels like you're playing a broomstick. Then once you get used to it, you don't notice it anymore. But the FGN goes from like 12 to 16. You're like, fair enough. Whatever you like. I think some decent players are heavy players. They do generally have guitars that have been refretted multiple times. I have an old one that is very flat frets. Yeah, totally. I've never worn out frets because I've got so many guitars. But if you're playing one guitar, which a lot of people did back in the day, you're playing a guitar for 10 years, 4 gigs a week, 5 gigs a week, it's going to wear the frets down. It is, totally. But if it's just hanging on the wall, if you're going to use it every day for a few times a week for gigs when you're playing aggressively rather than just sitting in the house when you're playing Hangman. Pontiac Art do some good reviews. Same as Malco favours the Harley Benton deluxe setup. Probably made in the same factory like the rest Ibanez. No, I'm sorry, Joachim. The Ibanez are different. Like even if you buy the cheapest Ibanez, they've got standards. Because I think because they're trying to preserve their brand. So even the cheapest Ibanez RG, the GORG, will be better than any Harley Benton when you pick it out of the box. It might not, it'll be better than any Harley Benton when you pick it out of the box. Same with a Yamaha. If you buy a Yamaha electric guitar, it'll be better than anything Harley Benton have ever made. And okay, below £150 getting someone to set up your Harley Benton, then it might be equal, maybe, sort of thing. I thought you said you'd Yngwie had passed away. But yeah, no, I do. It's not something. It's the same. But the thing is, I've kind of always liked Steve Vai as well. I do have Passion Warfare. I don't like it. Can't be bothered listening to it. I saw Joe Satriani, and I basically walked out and instead I left after a couple of songs because I got bored. He was supporting Paul Gilbert was supporting him, but I was going up to thing. I basically left and ended up hanging about outside with Paul Gilbert's bass player and his drummer, talking about Judas Priest for an hour, smoking fags. But I do like the guy. I just don't. It's just not to my taste. The music, I like it. I love it for one song or two songs, but then I don't know. It depends. It depends what mood you're in. And it's like, there is a taste thing in this. Catch you later, Joachim. 7.25. I don't know if it is. Is it that hard to find? Yeah, because it's because it's slightly off the wall. Same as like a V-neck. They've got to kind of try and, if you're producing a guitar, which I do understand, you can't make a mad-looking guitar like something. Look at the Corker. The guy, I think I don't know. I need to try and talk to the guy who actually made it, assuming he's still alive. They did have a reverb shop, but they don't have any listings for a while. But Bill bought 2 Telecasters on that in 2018 or 2019, and then put them up on Reverb and in his shop. And the 2 Telecasters sold in a week for $1,500 each. No one ever showed any interest in that. That's not a Telecaster or a Stratocaster. Can't buy that. So I've got it, which is good. But you've got to kind of try and aim for something that's, by appealing to absolutely everybody in the middle, you're not going to get anyone who's absolutely passionate about it. It's the same as anything else. If you really, all your favorite super amazing things that only you like, I mean, it's like, there's a taste thing in it. It's just totally fine. I totally understand that people don't like that shape, and they do love a Stratocaster, they do love a Telecaster, they do love a Les Paul, which is why Les Pauls are popular, because I love the idea of a Les Paul. No one's ever. It's difficult. Noel Gallagher is a great guitarist. Noel Gallagher does. He does great. He's the only one that can make one chord sound wrong so many ways every time. Yeah, so it's like, yes. I always remember that. I was a drummer in my band Carnival years ago. Where I think it was it Captain Beefheart he put on or something like that, and he put it on and it was pure horror. This is before I love Captain Beefheart now, or Trout Mask Replica. Oh, it's the most horrible thing ever. Love it. And he put it on and he was like, listen to it, and he was like, great, doesn't it? It was like, oh, fucking great. So that's what I tried. That's the joke I tried to make there. No, I just fair enough. We can crowdfund a Harley Batten. But if you got me just like a cheap shit Telecaster, I'd probably not. I don't have. It's the same with the Squires and stuff like that. The reason I dig on, Squire Classic Vibes is because they're very expensive for what you get, and once you get to the price of a Squire Classic Vibe, you can get a really good guitar. The first ones, like the Bullet Mustang and the Affinity Strat, the ones that are like sort of sub 200 Telecasters are fucking brilliant. So that's like 150 quid, or probably out of date, 150, 200 quid. Or you can pay 400 quid and get the same guitar, apart from it looks really shiny. To me, that's a bad. If you're spending £400 on a guitar, I want that £400 to be spent on building the guitar well, not the £400 to be spent, or the extra £200 to be spent on putting in inlays and putting a vintage tint on it. And, it's like things that don't make any difference to how it plays or sounds. But I mean, go on, Joachim, send me one. I've got a signed mini Nita Strauss guitar to post. It's our Jiva sig. I don't know what Jiva is, but yeah, that sounds cool. I have to say, Nita Strauss, I've only seen her once. Mr. Whitesnake, I like it. I don't even know what that's from. The Most Human, Star Trek 2, isn't it? Yeah, great, got you. Yeah, it is. Rocking. I have to say that I did see Nita Strauss. She was playing with Alice Cooper, and this is not anything against Nita or the Scottish guitarist he had. No idea who he was, but Alice is like, yeah, blah 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 on guitar. He's from Glasgow too. Really? But on that tour, they had one of the original guitarists from the Alice Cooper band on stage. He came out for the last half hour or something. He came out, and he had a Yamaha SG and like a Marshall stack behind him, and the sound he had was just so much better than Nita or the other guitarist, because they were doing, the radio mic modeling stuff, I assume, but he had a real amp on stage playing a Yamaha SG 2000 or 3000. And it was like, as soon as he came out and just went, "You're playing $1 Billion Babies," and it was like pure, whoa, the difference of having that. Some of that might have just been the fact that he was playing through a real amp and a real guitar rather than, radio pack, in-ear monitor just coming through the PA. The fact that, and I was quite near the front, so I actually heard the amp. But as soon as he came in and playing, was just like, whoa, the whole gig just went whoop, the sound, because there was actually a guitar amp there with speakers in it. You could hear, and it's like, as I said earlier on, it's kind of bizarre. Word is Jimmy's was planes to 8. I'm getting a message. Oh, there's people saying, you misunderstood what Stevie wrote. My first guitar, Guild Acoustic, is 10 radius, like all Guilds and Ricky's, preferred by 7.25. I don't have. I've got one of each. I really like the V-neck, the really deep Toblerone V-neck, which you don't really get on anything anymore because they're too weird. I don't know. It said Steve Vai didn't die. No, Steve Vai's awesome. There's there. I've even got a painting of Steve Vai behind me. It was a cheesy Wrath of Khan. There's no such thing as a cheesy Wrath of Khan reference. They're all good. It's like, I will hunt you round the moons of Arborus and the seas of. I wish I knew that. Quite a classic, but maybe you do, yeah. Maybe it is. Maybe it's worth it to get the 7.25 radius. I don't know. It's just like one of those things that give me two guitars that are exactly the same quality, and I might choose the 7.25 radius. But give me a guitar that costs more with a 7.25. I don't think it's not really a deal breaker for me. I don't think. Anyway, let's just Aria SDG Strat. You can pick them up cheap, so they're probably quite good. I would put them along the lines of when they were about, which is a sort of 90s. They're probably about the same as some of the Squier ones that were kicking about at the time, but they would have been cheaper because they don't have to give Fender money. So, yeah, I don't know. You've got to play it or make it work. I think they're probably all right. My Tokai Love Rock is awesome. We'll give a standard Les Paul a run for its money. Rocco, I don't doubt it. I don't really know Tokai that well. I've only got one of them, and it's plastic. If it's a Japanese one, I would probably, from experience, see something that was made from the late 70s onwards from Japan. It'll absolutely wipe the floor with any Gibson. Absolutely. Well, maybe I've never played a 58 or whatever, you know what I mean? But any Gibson from that era till now, it'll wipe the floor with it. So I don't doubt it at all. If it's a modern Chinese one, it's probably ballpark the same, is what I'm thinking. They do look cheap. I think they are cheap. Best live concert, Neaton and Sohaway, and also Prince. Let us all know yours. Best live concert. I honestly think maybe my favorite live concert was that Baby Metal one at the Barras. Maybe. I've seen some big. I saw the Who do Quadrophenia when John Entwistle was still alive. I saw the Stones at Wembley. Saw Sabbath at Ozfest, 98, the original lineup. I've seen a lot of bands. Caravan at the Renfrew Ferry was maybe the best gig I've ever been to. There you go. I was watching the snooker the other night with one of my mates. They said, it's a theme tune on it. He's got a PV T60. I actually played 3 PVs when I was in America because we don't get those ones. I don't know what any of them were. One of them was a T15, one of them was a T60, and one of them was a T50. The T15 is was a short scale, like 24-inch scale, smaller bodied one, but the 50 and 60 were kind of similar, but with different pickups. Very nice. I've never heard of Nifty's song. Favorite gig, Acid Mother Temple. My pal Ivor Pure loves Acid Mother Temple. They buy that's the band that are Yeah, no, I heard they're good live. I need to go and see them. I don't know. Tokai Love Rock are Japanese. They used to be. I think they've now been bought over by another company and they're made in China. So they're not the same. So a PVT series. PVTs are not cheap. Well, no, they're not now, but they used to be. Listen, whenever you look up Scott Grover's, I picked these up for $250. They weren't cheap. They were $600-700. But the thing is, when I saw them in the guitar shop, we went into a guitar trades. Is it the Guitar Trade Centre? The Guitar Centre? Something like that, whatever it is, the chain of stores. And it was just exactly the same as our guitar shops, the guitar. It was even in the same order, you get your Squiers and your Epiphones and they were the same guitars. And I was like, I bet you the used section's different because there'll be some American PVs in there because they were always expensive over here. And they did have a couple of American PVs, but it was $700 for the TA50, which is not cheap. But it's probably cheap if you compare it to, $700 for this PV. What can I get from Epiphone or Squier for $700? The PV's 3 times, 5 times, 10 times better. I bet you that's the case, but not worth as much money. Oh, the T15, the Mississippi Mustang. Damn it! That would have made it more desirable. It was $300. Jen managed to talk him down to $270, but I was not willing to accept that guitar because the action was high as fuck on it. It needed the truss rod adjusted, so I was like, pure right. Look, sorry, man, I'm from Scotland and I'm a guitar tech. I'm a guitar geek, right? Love it. If this was playing amazing, I would totally buy it. But I need to make sure that the truss rod's not fucked. Because if the truss rod's snapped, it's a 24-inch. You're never going to get another PV neck for it. You know what I mean? Ever. I've never even seen the guitar before. And the guy in the shop was like, yeah, go over to the bit where they've got, I suppose you would call it the tech bench. That's, I mean, if you're working guitar, you know this. Maybe this is all bullshit. So this is maybe not the truth at all, right? So I'm sorry, but what I think is, if you go into certain brands of guitar shop that I just mentioned, that I won't mention again, they've got a guitar sitting on a desk in bits, like getting adjusted. I don't think anyone's physically actually adjusted that. I think what they do is they've just got, as a policy, they've got a desk at the back of the shop that's got a guitar with the strings off it so that it looks like they set the guitars up before they sell them. But I don't think they do, because I went in and I was like, yeah, can I get a wee shot of the tech bit? And the guy's like, yeah, no, brother. So he's like, go over later. He said, yeah, of course you can. It's a really bad American accent. And I went over and I was sitting there and I was like, trying to fit. He didn't have a truss rod wrench that fitted the PV. They didn't have a set of Allen keys. It was individual things in like one of these Halford's box things with multiple things. And these are not luthier tools. Do you know what I mean? There's no way these guitars get adjusted in this shop. Basically, what they do is they have a guitar sitting there. You notice there's never anyone working on it. It just sits there. And then obviously, I think they rotate that guitar around. They put strings on it and rotate it round, so there's always a guitar on the bench that someone is working on that. They're just not working on it right now. They're on their lunch or they're doing something else. But so they didn't have it, and basically I was up here like, I'm sorry, I can't buy this because you can't show me that the truss rod works. I can't take this back to Scotland and be stuck with £300 worth of nothing. And he felt really bad and ended up so after going up here, like, sorry, I'm getting a bad vibe from this. I can't take it. And at that point, the guy was like, oh, and then the next thing was, yeah, I feel really bad since you came all the way to Scotland just to come to our shop. And it's like, yeah, it's like, you can have anything off this merch rack, like t-shirts and stickers and caps, Fender caps. And then it's like, that's where I got my Fender jumper, Fender hoodie, because it was the most expensive thing. Also, I needed a jumper anyway. So I've got a Fender hoodie with guitar leads, or looks like guitar leads as the drawstrings. So we did do quite well. The guy was lovely. It's that whole thing. Same as if you go into guitar. The guys working there are great. They've got folk up the top sitting there with their computer. Up here, it costs this much. We sell it for this much. That's what's important. Doesn't matter how happy people are, whether you're actually. Is it a good guitar? Well, it doesn't matter if it's good or not. We make $300 in each guitar, so sell them. Sex Pistols in '96. All right, possibly. No, I mean, I actually want to talking about my best gig was Baby Metal because that was the home gig. Actually, one of my second or third best gig was when I went to see them in London. But that's one of these things that, see, if you go and see a band on a normal tour, that's different from when you get a band that's only doing one date. So the people that go to that one date are huge fans. So you go in there at these gigs, it's like not so much the Barras one, it was mental because it was Glasgow, but everyone was drunk, obviously. But when I went to that one in London, it was just all mad baby metal nutters, so everyone could sing every song. So the atmosphere was pure tremendous. Catch you later, Tom. Oh. 300, it was for a PVT. It's cheap. It was really bashed though, and it played like shit. The action was about an inch. The you do the check the truss rod by holding it down in the last fret. It was honestly, you could almost get your finger through. It was that bad. But they don't adjust these things. They don't have a tech because that would cost money to get a tech in. What you do is you hire the lowest possible employee who's just in there just as a shop assistant. They're not really interested if someone can fix guitars, because I mean that's the thing. I tried to get a job in Victor Morris at one point. I'd be, oh, what qualifications got up here, blah blah, degrees and all that, and fucking construction manager. Yeah, but I just like totally, I can fix guitars, change pickups and all that stuff. They're not interested in that. That doesn't make them any money. It doesn't make any difference whether it plays well or not. Someone will still sell it. Which is the same when it comes down to, like your let's be honest, your Harley Benton thing. It's like it doesn't really matter whether the guitar's good or not. The person who's making the bean counters at the top are only interested in how much money you make off it. Well, good doesn't have to be good. It doesn't matter whether someone's happy or not. Are they going to return it? That's all they're interested in. They're not interested whether I'm actually going to. Is that? I think I've just pulled the lead out. I wonder what the funny noise was. Yeah, so the thingy's off. I won't be using this coily lead anymore. I'll need to buy a lead. Bastard. Don't like the idea of having to buy a lead, but I'm gonna have to buy a lead. I broke my lead last week for no reason. Hey Rasmus, what am I drinking? What I always drink. It's I'll give you a zoomed in version. Just rather than holding up to the camera, I could just go, it's Buckfast tonic wine. See, I've got a hoodie that's made up for it. Yeah, it's made in Devon. It's like a fortified wine, so I suppose kind of like sherry or something, maybe. Like 15% red wine with tons of caffeine, and I don't think it's so much chemicals as much as herbs in it, but it's Scotland's national drink, even though it's not made in Scotland. You get whiskey, Iron Brew, the original 1901 recipe, and Bucky. And to be honest, Bucky's the main one. Catch you later, Rocco. Good fun. Hope you get better soon. It must be an absolute pig. I've got thousands of videos. Just get stuck into them. Whatever. Fuck it. But you can't. There's that many. You can't like. You can't hate them all. You can't not like all of them. Some of them will be funny. I did do what do you call it? There are some playlists. Some of the older ones. Hey Ruben, how's it going? Ruben Benedict. Does that mean you're one of the Benedictine monks? I don't know if that actually zoomed in, but this is made by the Benedictine monks, so maybe it's your clan. Guitar lesson number 2, use a proper lead. Yeah, okay. A proper lead is important. But I've got a thing about leads. All because I bought what was called a monster cable, which this is 25 years ago, and it was 25 quid. And I thought, I'm going to buy a real lead, an expensive one. And the fucker broke dead quickly. That was shit. And then not long after that, the guitarist in my band Carnival was like, up here, he does wee stupid grey leads that was only about 8 feet long or something. So you fucking using the wee shit lead? He's like, up here, this is the best lead ever. It's never broken. He's like, up here, the best leads you get are ones that someone leaves at your house, or you find, or you buy a guitar and they're in the gig bag or something like that. Those are the best ones. You never buy a good lead, and I've gone from that. So that black one I've been using for the last 2 years, I think it was actually, I got it with my wee Red Star. was like the lead I was using, because I've kind of gone for that. So I've basically not bought a lead for ages. I've got hundreds of leads that are broken, but oh, Rasmus, you were talking about the Ibanez Proline 1770. It's amazing to try one yourself. Oh, the thing is, it's that I know the guitar because it's a 1987 or 1986 Ibanez, so I know what the guitar's like. The difference between the Proline and a Roadster is the switchy thing, but the actual guitar's the same quality. So I know, and I know it's amazing. I've got an RG 530, which is really good. And it'll basically be the same, not the same guitar because it's not exactly the same shape, but Mr. Whitesnake will be able to back me up in this. I think he's got an RG 530 as well. 530 being quite near the top of the range, sort of thing, and the 140, which is at the bottom of the range. Yeah, the 530 is much fancier looking, but it's the same guitar. The things that matter, how well it's been put together, is what matters. How well built it is, and it's like sometimes you go like, oh, but this one doesn't have a Floyd Rose, and that one doesn't have the fancy paint job and the maple cap and the binding and the 24 frets, and yeah, but the actual guitar is the same. So I know it's amazing. Your leadership, Mr. Whitesnake, I'll just keep trying at it. You know what I mean? Just get your pentatonic scales, and you'll be fine. Your lead. Did you notice the other night I totally failed to? I was playing it was the BC Rich one. I was trying to play a Run to You song without using a capo because I don't like capos, and I totally failed. Like to play some Bryan Adams. Bryan Adams are great. No, right, come on, Rasmus. It's very nice. It's the fucking most beautiful guitar ever. Is it better than the Corker? I think it's the prettiest guitar ever. I bought it. I had no idea what it was I was buying when I bought it. I just saw it and thought, oh my god. Actually, the girl I bought it off had it leaning against. She had like white wallpaper with lots of black flowers and shit on it, and it just looked. So the whole picture was just black and white, and it had this. And it was like the whole thing about having black in the middle going to a white sunburst, not white in the middle, black in the middle going to white. Like, that looks fucking amazing. I didn't even know until I got it home that actually it's not black in the middle. It's like a really dark green, but it's got like flamed maple veneer with that. It looks, that's the best looking guitar ever. Yeah, no, I mean, I maybe not now. Maybe the Corker's a better looking guitar. You can see here in my hand built section. Maybe that might be prettier. I don't think it really shows up, but I mean, look, see the way it goes round the end, and it's like it looks like a cake. I'm going to polish this bastard up. I'm scared to do it in case I damage it somehow. That might be that. It actually doesn't look unlike the RG 530. It's got the Ibanez hooks on it. This is a handmade thing by some dude in America, but the hook thing is quite roadstery. It weighs a lot more. Doesn't have a Floyd. Yeah, this. I just think it's one of the prettiest guitars ever. The fact that it is a 1986 Ibanez means it's one of the best playing guitars ever as well. The hand built section, yeah, I didn't really think of that because somebody, I think it was Wally actually, is up here. Oh, I want you to play some double necks, so I looked that out. So I built that one, and then somebody else built that one. What's the theme of that one? I don't know. I do. When I hung just by random, because I'd taken this guitar off the wall, I put the black Telecaster up. I think that's a very nice pair of guitars. You get a black Tele and a white Strat, both 70s Japanese. So I mean, quality level of that is you might as well just have a Fender Strat and a Fender Tele. They're Japanese, so they might even be better, especially from that era. If that was a 70s Fender and a 70s Tele, those were 70s guitars by Fender. Those ones are probably better than them, but I quite like that, the black and white thing. But there is no scheme. Yeah, as long as you're accepting the fact. I mean, I'm not talking about anything to do with how well it plays, because, as I said there, the guitar is probably, well, it will be, you know, the quality level of those guitars is ridiculous. So unless something's happened to yours that it's been damaged, it's 90% the same guitar, and the other 10% is the fact that it's a slightly different shape, it's a different color, and it's got switches in it. That's the 10% that's different. But all the things that actually matter are the same, and they're total top level. Gary Moore used them, so you know, it's like he's not. He used his 1962 Strat, and then he had a Charvel that looked like it, and then he had obviously the Peter Green guitar, but it would have had a sentimental value to him as well, so that would have made it better. Which it doesn't. It's not the actual guitar; it's the sentimental thing about it. How about Wallum? And your Pontiac? I was thinking about it. That one there could go in the Brune section. Yeah, Brune. No, I would have gone one further and said Jobby Brune, which is a genuine colour in Scotland. So Jobby is basically a shit or turd. So Jobby Brune. So I could maybe have a Brune, a Jobby Brune one. Not enough Brune. Yeah. I need to watch. I've not seen Gregory's Guild for like 25 years. I mean, you've talked about it a few times. I need to. What I should probably do, I'll just do it for you, Pontiac, right? I will watch Gregory's Guild, right? Because Cumbernauld, well, I can't see it from this house, but I used to be able to see it. I was saying I was in a different house when I was in Lenzie. I could see Cumbernauld Town Centre out my window, and I'm actually closer to it now. It's just because my other house was on top of a hill. It's only 5 miles away in that direction. I used to be able to actually see Cumbernauld Town Centre out the window when it wasn't raining. So I should probably go and have a look, and I will actually be able to find half a dozen locations like that from the film and film it for you. Definitely the school anyway. I've told you the story about my pal Michael, or my pal Fiona, actually, Michael's wife. Fiona went to the same high school as that film was filmed in, but we're a little bit too young. She's kind of the same age as me. So her big brother, who's like 2 years older than her or something like that, was at school, and he had the option to be in the football team. Like, it was just kids from the school that were in the football team that played football, and they had to stay back. They had to go into school on a Saturday or something. He's like, I'm not fucking going into school on a Saturday. Fuck's sake, poofs. You know what I mean? So I'm not being in a film. You know what I mean? For lightweights and that. So basically, he could have been in that football team, but he didn't. The school is gone, is it? All right, shit. Maybe it was torn down. Possibly, yeah. I think we played in there. See, if you look at, you know, the bit in when they're in Cumbernauld Town Centre, there's a big sort of 70s looking clock thing in the wall. It's like, well, a sort of modern, like a glass clock, like fucking, I don't know, 20 feet high or something like that. I think that's still there. And I played, if you look at the gig I played with Cranking House in there, I think I put it on YouTube, a couple of songs. That is literally on the other side of the road, but it's inside this shopping centre. So it's maybe if you went out from the place I was playing that gig, turn left, and then walked 10, 20, 40 yards, that's where that clock is, if it's still there. There used to be a big building I used to go to when I was a kid with my mum called Woolco, which was a big it was like Woolworths used to be a shop here. Woolco was like a massive version of Woolworths. Used to go in there, and it was right next to that. But I think that clock is still there. The clock is still there. I'll get you a photo of it then, Pontiac. Right, I'll get you a photo of that clock next time I buy a guitar in Cumbernauld. The Chip Shop 2. I don't remember the Chip Shop 2. Hey Thomas, how's it going? You said you're Bia uses Capel for that. I know, Mr. Whitesnake. I know. Bia is cool as fuck. That's actually, I don't even know. I wasn't going to go, but my pals were going. My pal G was right into, I'm going to see Bryan Adams. I was like, the SECC, it was only 20 quid for a ticket, whatever it was. Fuck it. I don't know. So I don't know. It was like half a dozen of us went, got pure tanked up in the bucky and went. And it was fucking brilliant. It's one of those, like, I kind of class it along with Green Day. Because I was like, I got talked into going to Green Day as well. And you go, like, Bryan Adams, like, I think I know 3 Bryan Adams songs. No, I didn't know 3 Bryan Adams songs. I knew 12 Bryan Adams songs. And the ones I didn't know were still good. And it was the same with Green Day. It's like, Green Day, well, I suppose I will go, fuck it. I'll come with you so you're not going on your own. And then it was like, I know 3 or 4 Green Day songs. No, I knew 20 Green Day songs. I mean, they were really good performance. One of those ones that you're not going to go to a Green Day or a Bryan Adams concert, right, and not really enjoy it. A really good show. All the songs were good. It was amazing. I was just remembering my pal Rab. I think the only time I've ever made him physically cringe, there was a bit where there was a it was in a like an aircraft hangar type place. So there was a stage, but it was like a bridge thing with a thing in the middle of the crowd, which, you know, like the Stones used to do. And so I don't know, halfway through the set or whatever it was near the end, they kind of walked out on this bridge thing, and because we were at that bit, we were right up. So I was like, you know, there's the edge of the bridge thing. Bryan Adams, I could have spat on him, sort of thing. And it was like, so there's like auditorium seating at the back, you know, the rack seating going around this bit in the middle, but we were on the floor. And we're sitting there, he played a few songs, and I started doing the Everything I Do song. And I turned around to Rab like that, and I was like, Rab, high five. And he was like that. He looked at me, and the look in his eyes was just like, no, please. Just look at all these people. Look at all these people are going to see me and you high fucking fiving because he's playing the Robin Hood song. I was like that. And he went, oh, fuck it. High five for fucking hilarious. One of my favourite memories of. Maybe that made the gig 10% better for me. Not the fact that we did the high five, the fact that my part was, there was a look on his face just going, no, please don't ask me. Don't ask me. Let people will see it. There's 1,000 people, you know, hundreds of people up there looking at this. We're right in front of the stage, and you've just fucking offered me a high five. I was like, you're going to let me hang? This was all in like 2 seconds. You could see him go, no, okay, fuck it, yeah. Fucking hilarious. Used to have a Wilco department stores and guitar. Really? You might have spelt it wrong. I can't remember. It was that long I got there. Oh. I have 3 capos. Well, I suppose, I don't know. The thing is, see, the problem with a capo is I don't want to get stuck with it. It's the same with an alternate tuning. It's that whole, I get it. So it means you can sing. And there are the reasons. I mean, I have the same argument with my pal Gav Hodge every time, because he uses a capo there in a band, and they kind of play. They're called Leaderwurst, which I've actually got. I've got some stickers. It's not going to show up, is it? They did an album. I've got a T-shirt, but as soon as I washed it, all the thing came off. But it's like they did that's their homemade single, or it's called Nice Hits. And it's got like boobs on it, so it's like nice tits. Lovely guys, absolutely love fucking the guy. All the guys in the band are all brilliant. They're amazing. I just don't get the music at all, but they're very finger picky stuff. And his point was that one of them's playing normal tune and wrote the song. So what he does is he puts a capo on the second, which means that he's got different chord shapes, even though he's saying playing the same chords. But because you've got different open strings, you don't end up playing the same thing. The two of them work together, which makes sense. But I'm not a capo fan. That's what I mean. Even when I was trying to play the ooh, gonna run to you. They even had also the best bit for the Sporty Spice song. I can't remember who was it did it in America. The one with the girl singing in it. There's a Bryan Adams song he did as like a thingy. And here, when in Britain, it was Sporty Spice from the Spice Girls, but I think in America it was some other pop star duet thing, and he just pulled some chick out of the audience. Who knows how to sing? It's a good song. It's a great song, but it's like a double vocal part. There's a girl singing. It was one of the Spice Girls who did it in the single over here, but they just got a girl out of the audience, and she's like, gonna run to you. I can't remember which song it is, but it's a great song. Also, like I remember I watched Top of the Pops at the time that everyone hated, because Everything I Do It For You. It Can Only Be You. That one was like on Top of the Pops at number 1 for something stupid. It was a record-beating 10-week run at number 1 or something like that, because of Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. And a lot of people hated that because it stopped a lot of current pop band music from getting to number 1, because Bryan Adams had this stupid song that was a mega hit. Yeah, I remember him doing the only thing that looks good on me, wah, 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 is you. That one, fucking great as well. Bryan Adams, fucking legend. Supper Club in 1985. I've never heard of the Supper Club. Weirdest gig ever. He wasn't around. I don't know. I remember you burst in the New York subway. No way. Wow. Then I was like, well, no, I get that. The thing is, I'm not a good enough singer to do that anyway, so I can't sing anymore, but I used to have a fucking really good, I used to be able to sing Child in Time, the Deep Purple, like the pure, those notes that I'm not hitting there, I used to be able to hit them up until about maybe, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago. I just never sang, and I never had I never learned how to do it properly, ever, but I could fucking hit the notes, and I was really good I just never learned how to do the breathing, or could never remember the words. But at one point I could have fucking sang proper. Now I can't. That's what you saw me. I was playing Stairway to Heaven at the start. It's like pure things I haven't sang for 10 years. It's like pure. There's even a video. It's not that long ago when I did Symptoms of the Universe, and I sang it in the fucking right key. In fucking E. I sang Symptoms of the Universe and I could hit all the notes. Can't do it now. Just when you get old. No, I mean, amazing. Busker in the New York subway. I've been on the New York subway. Wasn't on it for very long, but I mean, we got it 3 times. I got the New York subway. Once after that Blues Jam, and then the following day we went back and went to Central Park, got it to there, and then got it back from Central Park at some point. So yeah, I'm just like one of those things. It's like the subway. It's not really what it was we were shown in films. Maybe it's because we were in the center. We were kind of expecting just to basically get stabbed immediately, and it just doesn't seem to work that way. Again in New York as well, after watching I was going to say RoboCop 2, but not RoboCop 2, Ghostbusters 2. You know what New Yorkers are like? You know, they just soon step on your face as look at you. And it's like, pure God, it must be even worse than London then. And I was like, but no, everyone was really nice. I didn't meet anyone who wasn't nice in New York. Only met one bitch in Newark in the train station who wasn't very helpful. That was it. Everyone else we met was really nice. They'd all kind of look at you like you were an alien or something. When you go like up here, yeah, so we're looking for, and everyone after like the initial, they would just be utterly nice. Everyone we met. I'm sorry, I mean, I'm not I'm bumming up America or something, but everyone we fucking met all over America. Everyone was really nice. Bizarre. She got a heart of stone. I never listened to the next, but yeah. My mate used a capo because he was lazy. He's a shit guitarist. Yeah, I get it. Yes. So I was in that situation. It's the same thing I've got with those multi-effects unit things when I was trying out for about 20 bands, and it was like they would go, oh, it's not really. I was messing about with the pedal all last night, setting up sounds. They're just not working here, and it's like the reason this song sounds shite is not because the pedal sounds set. It's because what you're playing is crap. You know what I mean? Basically playing a G and expecting the pedal to take everything doesn't. Doesn't work. Bullets flying, waiting for a ricochet. Da-da. Yeah, so the lead's not staying. I'm gonna run to you. Woo! Oh, yeah. So that was one night of the coily guitar lead. Oh, it's a slightly dodgy out. No, the volume control. Have you ever had this in a volume control, right? So see if I turn it all the way down. I don't know if you can hear that buzzing, but you just put it to half of one. So I need to put a new volume pot on this. New York subways are nice, not like the 70s, 80s. Okay, maybe it's the 70s, 80s that got me. No, they were very nice. Hey, Slow Ranger, how's it going? I'll just skip the ads again. Fuck it, I don't care. I'm going to get demonetized anyway for smoking and drinking Bucky. Don't ask for directions. They use their cell phones for that. Yeah, totally. But the thing is, we were just asking folk bad questions. That appear, yeah, hi, we're from Scotland. Like, we're here. Where do you think we should go? And he's just like, these people are just like pure. Eh, yeah, I think you should go here and here and that part. And it was like that whole, I don't know, maybe just being really smiley and nice is just, and having an exotic accent. And I think there's a little bit of, not unlike when you go to England when they all just go, I can't understand a word you're saying. No, I can't understand a word you're saying, Scottish scum kind of thing. It's like kind of, they immediately go, that's an interesting accent, but I understood all the words. But it's like a bit more. I want to go back to the 80s. I say, if there'd been no internet and you wouldn't, there's things that are different. I don't remember the 80s. I remember some things about the 80s. So I'd have been, the 80s would have ended when I was 12. So yeah, I sort of remember some things in the 80s, but not very much. Hey, Bulk Hogan! I think it's the most punk rock. I think Bulk Hogan's about the most punk rock name that anyone on this thing's got. Not disrespectful to anyone else. People in the house are great when they realise you're the Scottish and can always find the best pub. Possibly. I think it's just maybe just been a bit more open about it and a bit just it's the same if you deal with anyone. If you're just open and nice, this does not apply. Well, I don't know. Maybe London's not as bad as I thought it was, but I had a really bad time down in London. My uncle, or it was my mum's cousin, so I don't know, was that second cousin or something like that, died, and me and my dad had to go down and sort out his. He died unexpectedly, and we had to go down and sort out his stuff. So we were in Essex, and while we were down there, we were trying to deal with the funeral organisations and all that shit, and going through London, and everyone was just fucking raging, just the anger and the hatred everywhere. I went to a mall at one point, and it was like, you're it wasn't even me that walked into somebody. Two folk would accidentally bash into each other, and if that happens anywhere in the world, it's like, oh, sorry. And it was just like, fuck off, God. It was just like, it was like a boiling tension of just absolute hatred. I'm sorry if you're from London, but this is my experience from when I was there. But in saying that, it was a really nasty reason why I was down there, but it was absolutely horrible. And I had a horrible 2 weeks of torture. It was like awful. And then I remember coming back up to Glasgow, one of the roughest cities in Britain, this biggest shithole. Someone said Cumbernauld, one of the worst towns. It fucking is it, fuck. And I went to it was a high street car park, which isn't there anymore. And so I was going to go into the bar. So I parked at the thing, and immediately got into a fight with a guy at I was up to the ticket machine to put money in, back in the days when you had to put coins in to get a ticket. And we're sitting there, and I think there was a guy in front of me, like at the ticket machine, and some guy drove up and he's like, up here, I'm just leaving. There's a ticket. There's still 2 hours left on that ticket. I ended up, it didn't take me as long, so there, and handed it to me, and I was like, up here, right, cool. And I tried to give it to the guy in front of me because he was at sent it to he was trying to put money in the machine. He's like, no, you have it. And I was like, no, he gave it to you. You have it. You have the 2 hours free parking. And the guy was like, no, you have it. And then he pushed past me and put the money in the machine and went, there you go, fuck off. And it was like, that was an argument, as in, no, you have the 2 hours free parking. I don't want, you have it. You have it. And it was like, and after it was kind of stunned me a little bit. And then it was walking down just to the bar, as it was sunny, to be fair. And I started noticing, oh my God, why is everyone smiling? Because it was sunny. But it was such a bizarre thing. And it was like, oh my God, I'm home. This is it was such a bizarre thing to have a fight about. I just think we were talking to everyone in New York. It was great. No internet and mint toffos, please. Take me to back. Do you not get mint toffos anymore? I do remember toffos. It was like they had like a chocolate coating on them, or not maybe mint ones, toffee toffos. And it was like, oh, they've got a chocolate coating. So basically you put them in your mouth and then sort of try and chew it, and immediately you would crack it that much and all the chocolate would come off and you just be left with a solid ball of toffee. Yeah. What year were you born, if you don't mind sharing? I'm 77, getting up there. I was 78. So you're 77 years old, not 1977. Yeah, I know. I mean, things were different. The world's fucking changing, but I'm older in my head than I am actually, if you know what I mean. High street car park. I used to go to Radio 1 Hogmanay parties. Yeah. didn't get a computer and seen internet till 2012. I was kind of, well, no, I didn't get a computer till 2012 either, but I did have access to the internet. I knew what eBay was, but the whole idea, I remember when my pal, who was a little bit more tech savvy than me, my pal Michael got what's it called, Napster, and it was like, at the start of the night, he would be up here, yeah, any song. I'll look them up, and basically, he would, at the start of the night, you go around at 8 o'clock before you started your bucky, and he was like, up here, any song, like, up here. What do you mean, any song? Any song you want. I mean, a song, I'll fucking look it up. And he would set up downloading songs. So that's how I knew about Manowar. I was like, I heard of this band Manowar. They might be quite funny. It was like pure, like, they looked up and it was like, there's a song called The Power of Thy Sword. That's got to be good. Download that. And it's like you'd find these things, and then he would just be drinking, and at like 10 o'clock, he'd be like, that's all the songs downloaded now. We'd listen to all these new songs. So it was like pure, what, rather than having to know what you're buying and buying the CD for 15 quid, or like me finding the record, it was a bizarre thing. Oh, the real estate balance like Trump used. I watched a program. I don't want to talk about Trump because I don't know anything about your American politics, but I did watch a program on him. I think it was about 1990 or something that was made. The program talking about what an absolute bastard he was, and he is. He was up until 1990. I mean, I don't know anything after that. I don't want to get into politics, but some of the things you're like, oh, what a bastard, and he fucking, yeah. So don't do that. Oh. Things change. I'm over 29 and going to renew. Are you over 29, Mr. Whitestick? I thought you were younger than that. Napster in the late 90s was fantastic. 3 days to download a song. I know Michael had a good thing. So basically, he would get all of us, I don't know, the half a dozen of us, and we'd all come up with these songs that were like something you'd maybe heard as a kid, but you hadn't heard for years. And some of them would be shit, but sometimes you would find interesting things. And it would take. And it would be like an hour or two, and he would have the 10 songs, and you would look at them. Let's see how they're doing at 9 o'clock, and some of them would be 3/4 done. Some of them would just have started. So I think in Napster, did you not have to actually download it off? It was off the internet, but you actually have to download it off someone else's computer. So you would kind of request a song, and then someone would I would have it on my hard drive. So you would request it, and it would automatically download from my hard drive up onto the internet and then onto your computer. I can't remember. Mental. Oh. Hey, Bulk. From Belfast, living in London, I agree. Yes, us Irish and Scottish seem to get along well in London because we can understand each other's accent and humour. See, I don't think it's a case of understanding it, because nobody, apart from when I asked the one guy I talked to, Jen was buying a jumper in a Halloween shop, like a stripy jumper. So you want to see if you go and ask that guy if there's a mirror kicking about. And that was the only person who didn't understand what I said, every single word I said. Because I said, excuse me, have you got a mirror? The guy's like a mirror? And I was like, oh yeah, totally. That was the only person I talked to the whole time. Everybody else knew everything I said. And I think that's kind of, there's an inbuilt racist reaction. I'm sorry, against Scottish and Irish people in England. I know, just of that, whatever percentage of it is. Even when I went down to Download last year, it was one of Wayne's daughters. One of his daughters came in one night, and one of his daughters came in the other night when we were camping. And both of them were amazing, got on brilliantly with both of them. But the second one was like, up here, yeah, oh my God, I don't understand anything you're saying. And I was like, up here, you'll get it. And then honestly, an hour and a half later, it was like just fucking talking shit. And she's like, totally knew everything I said. It's that instant reaction of, because being from Glasgow, I mean, I do have a posh Glasgow accent. And also when I'm talking from doing the YouTube, from knowing Civet, I tend to talk a little bit clearer than a lot of my friends. They're a bit more guttural. I'm kind of trying. I've got used to it. I did it in America as well. Jen was slagging me off, and I was slagging her off first. By the time it got to the second week, I was like, up here, yeah, your voice has changed. Her voice totally changed, because when you're talking to people, you can see in their eyes when they're understanding what you're saying. So completely subconsciously, you change a little bit and pronounce words more like the way they would expect to see them, expect to hear them, and everything. So you end up talking a slightly more, it's a human thing to try and join in. It doesn't, nothing malicious about it, but I find that, even if I go to Perth or Dundee or something, and I'm talking to someone from there, my voice changes to suit them a little bit. I use words they use, and the timbre changes just to make it to communicate. I think that's a natural thing. Oh, I never went to the Bronx. The South Bronx is still as surreal. Bad, never changed. Almost became a permanent resident of London back in '98 and homeless. Jesus, that sounds terrible. That was a day I learned the difference. Do you know something? Is it 1 in 32 people in London is homeless? Yeah, but don't worry, the people. Richie Sunak got plenty of money, and he's making him and his friends much, much more money. So don't worry about you poor people. Oh. I don't know. That's right. Express trains. I'm Scottish, English, German, Sioux Indian. It's an interesting combination. I don't know. All of these things are just learned behaviour, though. Again, it's like, even when it comes down to like, one of my pals, Martin, where I go down to download with, he was talking about being in. He's a biker. He's quite. I don't know. He's in his 60s. He owns a glass company. Lovely guy. Like a genuine person. You know, there's some people you meet, and after 5 minutes, you just go, yeah. I trust everything you say. I'll fucking, trust you with my life after 5 minutes. One of those folk. Just like a genuine nice guy. And he was talking about it, having a terrible time, and him and his pals went to France, and they were struggling to get like a pub and all that. It's like, being English and all that. And it's like, this is just a commentary. And see, if I was in France, I'm Scottish, right? I'm not English. Scottish don't hate the French, and vice versa. So basically, the difference between me going into a random place in France and asking for something, they're going to be so helpful to me because I'm Scottish. I think that's probably partly to do with it in America as well, because everyone in America's got Scottish grandparents or something. So that whole thing is in there. And he was just like, the racism is such a strange thing because I'm so unaccustomed to it. The only time I've ever really experienced it against me was at download, when you get, the jocks, and they're just like pure. Oh my god, you're racist against me? What the fuck? We don't have. I grew up completely without racism. It's like, so it's kind of bizarre. I'm going off topic a bit. Changing how you speak is a sign of being a good communicator. It's just easier. I think because I've worked all over, I've learned to speak slowly and soften my accent. I can still switch between pure Glasgow and Byers Road Brogue when I need to. Byers Road Brogue, yeah. I was like, it's that Glasgow thing. I don't know. See, I don't know. 1 in 32 are drummers without a girlfriend. Well, you try to say that 1 in 32 people. I can't work out the. You're basically 3 out of 100 people play the drums. No chance. I don't know. Everyone's fucking human. Everyone's the same. You give them a shot. That's it. And unless they prove out to be a fanny, which can happen in 10 seconds, I just give everyone a go. It's like, I just don't. Maybe again, it's like they're not grown up. I mean, again, it's like a little bit of. I remember being slightly awkward talking to black people, but only because I've never really known any. Because there weren't really any here when I was a kid. So it's like, I mean, it's the same. Obviously, they're just the same. A girlfriend is essential for tone. I don't have a girlfriend just now. I get the tone. I've got a solid walnut burl guitar there for tone, Mr. Whitesnake. It's not me there. The other lines. Yeah, totally. But that's what it comes down to. Just like, what have you got in common? The English hate us, so we respond. Straight up. South Dakota. I wish I knew more about where things are in America. I feel really ignorant about it. It's like I've never been one to laugh at Americans, although you do see, admittedly, more of your British national or whatever it is on YouTube, and they're like up here. Yeah, we asked 10 Americans. They gave them a like a map of Europe with all the countries outlined, but with no names written on them to name them. And it's like, well, most of them got Italy because it's shaped like a boot. And it was like, hey, up here, I'll laugh at him. Look, my God, they thought Scotland was Norway, and they thought that England was. You're like, so it's like pure. All right, okay. And it's like pure. Oh, let's laugh at Americans for being pure ignorant. And it's like, fucking, I don't know where any of the states are. I know where New York is. I now know where Pennsylvania is. But if you'd asked me 2 months ago, like pure, I kind of know California's on the left-hand side, but if you gave me like, is it 50 states, and then a list of the 50 states, and they just put like 50 stickers with the and put them in the right place, there's no way I'm getting them all right. I'm a wee bit better now because once I realised that was the case, it's like, so it's kind of bizarre. Live in Iowa. See, I don't know where Iowa. I've heard the name. I kind of know where's the one Red Letter Media from? Wisconsin. I don't even know if that's a state. See, I couldn't even name you the fact. You could give me like 100 names of 50 states and 50 areas or cities, and there's no way I would get which ones of them are state and which ones of them are, which is disgusting. Drums are my first instrument. There you go. Pig knuckles, right? We get them. The Polish like them. We get them in Polish Week in Lidl, which I found out that actually you've got. Is it Lidl or Aldi? You've got one of the two in America. I kept seeing Lidl or Aldi. We should have gone there to get chocolate. But the idea of pig knuckles, I had an idea of. I noticed when I was in China, there was a lot of chicken feet kicking about. Never tried them, and I went to Edinburgh and went to with Civet, and showing all the castles and all that. Oh, bro, there's up here against somebody. Like, there's a fucking hot pot place, which is my favourite type of food in China. She's like, really? You brought me to Edinburgh, like me being Chinese, and you're taking me to a hot pot place? And I was like, yeah. So I went in and I got chicken's feet. No, don't ever buy chicken's feet. I knew what they look like. I knew it's like a deep fried chicken's foot, but there's no meat on a chicken's foot at all. It's basically bones with very little skin on it that's deep fried. Fucking horrible. Don't ever buy them. And that's what I thought pig knuckles would be like. Is it just the bone and you kind of suck it and then spit it? No. Oh. Americans don't know nothing outside their own 20-mile radius. Yeah. Well, get that as well. I mean, it's probably sort of kind of the same here, but Scotland's just not very big. It's very difficult to explain to Americans how small, like Britain, never mind Scotland, is. It's like, see all the places you've ever heard of in Scotland. I don't know, it's more than an hour to get to Inverness. That's about it, though. I mean, Dundee, Aberdeen, like an hour and a bit. So I think Edinburgh's 45 minutes, Glasgow's 15 minutes, Falkirk's like just there. You know what I mean? Just, I don't know, half an hour. Stirling's like half an hour, and that's all of Scotland. I can get to probably something like 3/4 of all the people in Scotland within an hour from here if I left right now, just like that. And it's like it's not a big place. That's why it's kind of bizarre talking about like buying secondhand guitars. Jen gets this a lot on her Facebook page because people are going up here. How can you go to a boot sale and get all this? Because everyone lives in the same bit, and there's fuck all of us. There's only 5 million of us, 5.5 million Scottish people. So like 4.5 million are within an hour of me right now. No, it's not a big place, but there's a lot of fucking guitars. That's how I've managed to get all these mad Japanese guitars. None of them are or very few of them. Even then, when it comes down to getting them from right up, including all of England. It only takes me 5 hours to get to London, maybe 6 hours. If I went 6 hours south, I'd be in the sea, and that's the furthest way to get in the sea. It's like that way, 45 minutes I'm in the sea, that way 15 minutes and I'm in the sea, north, windy roads and shit, but 2 hours, 3 hours to be in the sea. Like, that's it. Kind of bizarre. Oh. America is huge. I know it's hard to, even when I was doing I did a live stream outside BL Guitars, like a tester thing. I don't know if you've watched my live streams. Actually look back at it. There's a bit where I point out the corker out in one of the live streams, and I'd never taken it off the wall or anything. I was just like standing outside going, I'm just testing to see if this works. And the first couple of people that talked to me, up here, oh, you're in America. I was like, up here, yeah, totally. There's up here, I'm in whatever state it was. Like, I'm only like 6 hours drive away from you, and it's like, but that's not really exotic for you, though, is it? Being in Pennsylvania, whereas I was wanting folk from here to go, my God, you're in fucking Pennsylvania, wow! And you're like, I'm only 6 hours driving. It's like only 6 hour drive. It's like 6 hours. I'm in France or Holland or Norway or something. You know what I mean? It's kind of bizarre. Picnickles are whole ham shank, tasty as hell. Maybe they are. It's just the name. I'm put off by the name. Knuckles, it just sounds like it's going to be bones. Like that time I had chicken feet. Driving all over the USA takes 3 days. See, that's insane. No, that's what it comes down to. I mean, it's like, it's like, even if you look at, I remember seeing a thing from, it was from the Proclaimers, which actually I played in a pub, in fucking Pennsylvania. I was like, anyone ever heard of the band called The Sharks? It was the bass player from The Sharks who was running this acoustic jam. And I was like, I'll come up and do a song. So I went up and I played, coming into Los Angeles and something else. And I was like, yeah, I'm kind of done. I had to do another one. I was like, well, I'm Scottish, so, and everyone was like, up here, yay! And they were really helpful. The crowd the folk in the pub were brilliant. We don't get that here. We just folk just fucking talking over and you can call you a dick. But over there, I was like, oh, come on, you can do it. Woo! Yeah! You know what I mean? I was like, so I played the up here. Well, I woke up and I know I'm gonna be the man that wakes up next to you. The first time I've ever played that song, just because I figured it was probably easy. And I would walk 500 miles. See if you go from Leith in Edinburgh, and it's like someone had put a map of Europe, put Leith in the middle where the Proclaimers are from, and put a 500-mile radius and a 1,000-mile radius. So it's like I would walk 500 miles, and I would walk 500 more. So if you walked in a straight line, and in that 1,000-mile radius, you're like way out in the middle of the Atlantic, and you've got fucking Iceland, Norway, Sweden, Denmark, Germany, Holland, Belgium, Luxembourg, Italy, France, Portugal. All these are within 1,000 miles in a straight line from here. It's kind of mental. Chicken feet is pure collagen. They were fucking horrible. I don't like it. Papa says that you're living the dream. Yeah. Hills of Missouri sounds brilliant. Driving from Glasgow to London on a bank holiday. It also takes 3 days. Okay, yes. I was always a bit more sensible. Whenever we were going somewhere down like that, we would always try and leave at midnight or 4 a.m. or something to try and miss all the things. So you got to try and get past, is it Birmingham or something like that, wherever it is, there's like folk going to work. As long as you don't hit Manchester or Liverpool or Birmingham at like between 8 o'clock and 9:30, you're laughing. Nobody wants to drive this far. See, that's the thing with this. I driving the M25 takes 6 days. Yeah, I've been on the M25. Maybe that's one of the reasons I didn't really enjoy myself down. We had to go through the Dartford Tunnel to get to Essex. And driving about in Essex was a bit mental as well. I bumped my Yamaha DX27 in Essex while I was down on that trip that I said was pure horrendous because I was into my synthesizer phase at that point. I was just looking up, I'll look up Facebook Marketplace, see what's local. Someone selling a DX27 for 100 quid or DX21. Nope, DX7 The expensive one, 100 quid. Go and buy that. So I was like, my dad, like, right, well, I've just found a DX7. It was only 20. My DX7 was only 100 quid. I'm going to go and buy that. And I was driving through all the wee rural roads. It was not really wee windy roads. It was kind of bizarre because you weren't really that far away from London, but the roads were tiny and it was really awkward and that was really bizarre. You just meet all these people that are pure strange. It was kind of bizarre thing. England's so different from Scotland. Just driving about when you get to like town centres. I mean, I'm really judging this on a couple of times I've been to London and going down to stay with my pal Wayne in Leicester. The actual town centres are exactly the same, but it's like the roads are, everything's just different. It's kind of bizarre. If I drive when you can hang out here, rocking. Well, yeah. I don't know, but all this thing about Scottish people being friendly, I don't know, but maybe they're just not friendly to other Scottish people. No, everybody's nice. People in general, on an individual basis, are all nice. As a mass, they're bastards, right? I get that. As if you put them in a big fucking group, they're bastards. But on their own, everyone's nice. Everyone's the same. You know, I mean, if you're just like friendly and nice, and it's like you're not asking too much of them, you know, if they can help you, most people go, that would feel quite good if someone's asked you. If I'm any nationality of person, sorry, I'm trying to focus. Any nationality asks me something and I can help. Do you know where the train station is? Blah blah blah, something like that. If I know, it's like pure, yeah, totally. It's good to help people, and everyone's the same. If you can actually answer, it's like maybe I'm sorry, I don't know. It's kind of bizarre. Oh. The Rotherhithe Tunnel 4 times because I kept missing my turn off. I have to keep going around and crossing Tower Bridge for us to go. Oh. It looks like you spelt the Leicester correctly there, Sloan Ranger. I really struggle with Leicester. Impossible to spell. That's all right. A club called Spankies. And that I pulled pal Matt discovered Harvard was a drag club. Well, wearing women's clothes is worse things than that, I suppose. As long as you don't get actually dragged into the ditch and bummed, that's fine. Yeah, we got a Canadian. Ben, are you from Canada? I know Scott from Baltimore's from Baltimore, even though I don't know where Baltimore is. People are only horrible as a defense system or en masse. Yeah, totally. I get it. Most folk are. We're obviously excluding Westminster, really, because they are bastards. You know, not very many people would be in a situation where it's like, I know you've got plenty of money, but I will give you £10,000 if you do this deal with me. It does mean that 10,000 people lose their homes. Oh, brilliant. £10,000. Thank you. Not many people are like that. There's a special Eatonites. People who go to, there's a place called Eton. If you go there, then they train you to be inhuman, basically. Baltimore's a few hours east of Philadelphia. Well, there you go. Yeah, maybe it was Scott from Baltimore who actually said, oh, I'm not far away from, because we did actually go to Philadelphia. My experience of Philadelphia, I was, oh my God, was that train station expensive? Fucking hell. Jesus. Because we get ripped off on the train on the way over. It was meant to be $200 to get the train from Newark to Harrisburg. But that was obviously a very special internet deal if you buy it now. But it didn't say that. So when we went to try and buy the ticket, it was $450. And it was like, what? It was maybe 200. We got that. Oh, that's if you buy it in advance. All that shit. It was just trying to screw you. So we ended up having to get like the common people train to get onto the expensive train, and it ended up costing $200. But we had to stop at a place called Trenton, and we had to go to Philadelphia. And by the time it got to Philadelphia, this is like we left at 8 a.m, and it was now getting to like 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Pure starving. Like, Philadelphia, we've got like an hour to wait for the next train. Let's get some food. So we're obviously in a train station. Things are expensive, but I mean, Jen spent something like $35 on a fucking soup. Soup and 2 sandwiches, like $35, and it was like, it wasn't even good. Like that. What the fuck? So that was my experience of Philadelphia. We were only there for I don't even think it was an hour, it was half an hour. And we were outside, and there's a bit of a video, and on the video I put up, we were standing there like that, pure, filming, going, oh, we're in Philadelphia, and this guy who was from Qatar, something like that. Up here, oh yeah, it's up here now. It's up here. I love your. It's up here, yeah. It's like, do you want me to take we're trying to take selfies. I do want me to take a photo of you. And we're up here, yeah, he seemed friendly. Was up here, yeah. I love your Swedish accent and all that. And Jen's up here, oh, we're from Glasgow, Scotland. And the guy's like, up here, yeah, I know, I was winding you up. So up here, the best curry I ever had was a fish chicken tikka masala and blah 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 on Sauchiehall Street. All right, okay. And he was actually there because he was buying a shitload of, in his words, a shitload of Apple stuff. Because rather than buying it in, I don't think it was Qatar, a Middle Eastern country, it was actually cheaper for him to get a flight over from Yemen or whatever, fucking somewhere in the Middle East, to Philadelphia and buy iPhones and stuff. I think it was him and all his friends had booked in, and he'd been the one that had been sent. So I think he was buying 10 iPhones or whatever it was to get a flight over there, buy 10 iPhones and go back, and he could make money because of the way exchange rates and shit work. Lovely guy though. Oh. Baltimore's a few Pontiac, the Greater Toronto, Ontario. Just ignorant about these things. I've got family about Hamilton. Was that Hamilton as in Hamilton, where Jim Deacon guitars are imported, or Hamilton in America? It's not a city. Okay, it's America. Black dude wearing hoodie, race sheets, arm faces. No, we were talking to black dudes. They were all, as soon as you started talking to them, they were fucking lovely. I got skins because I was like cigarette papers to roll a fag off a black guy in a hoodie. So I just I was annoyed because I wasn't. It was like £2.50 for fucking skins. Like, fuck off, they're like 50p. I'm not paying that. I'd forgot I'd left them in the house, so I'd ran out. I had rolling tobacco, but nothing else. And I saw a guy working for some tour operator. I thought he was rolling a joint because everyone in New York's there's just folks smoking weed everywhere. So up here, can I get? Oh, sorry, I thought you were rolling a joint. He was just sitting fidgeting with like a straw in a paper straw, or a plastic straw in a paper container. And the guy was sitting opposite him was like, up here, you looking for cigarette papers? I was like, up your eyes, hold on. And up talk to these like gang of black folk you would never go and talk to anyway. And I was like, then I ended up just talking to him and got a couple of bags off him. Just gonna roll a cigarette. He's like, you want a joint? I was like, no, I'm not risking going to jail or something just in case. He's like, it's fucking legal. I'm like, no. I ended up talking to these folk. They're fucking brand new. He's like, thanks for not being racist. It's like, what? Fucking not being, I don't know, maybe that was, I don't know. You've been racist. You just, I asked you for skins. It's bizarre. The train is expensive in USA, Malco. One country, it was Amtrak was the company that was expensive. Yes, the trains are really fucking expensive here. See, in China, it's fuck all for the train. It's like per 20 pence and all that crap. It's really fucking nothing. It's like, that's what happens when I know they're communists, but basically, I'll probably get demonetized for this, but China is not what you're told it is. The Western media tells you China is not what it is. The China I saw, but I wasn't in. I don't know if there are touristy bits, but I had a visa to go to Shenzhen, which is where if you buy guitar parts, that's where they come from because it's a fucking massive port. And I'm talking about half an hour. We were driving along the motorway or the highway, and it was just cranes in the mist for half an hour. Not, oh, there's maybe 10, there's maybe 20. No, I'm talking half an hour driving at 60 miles an hour. There was cranes for doing this shit. And I was in real China and it was fucking lovely. And it was like that whole thing of what the difference is when maybe being communist and stuff like that, but they had like recycling bins and electric scooters long before I saw them anywhere over here because we've got the people at the top are going, oh, that's a good idea. So we're getting 100 billion. Well, I'll just take that. I'll give some money to my friend Dave and I'll give some money to my friend Steve and I'll keep some money and then we'll use 10% of that to pay for that. Whereas I think in China, it's like, oh, we've got this money to do this. We'll use this to do this. I'm sorry. China was like the future, like a Star Trek future. So there you go. I'm guessing the climate here is similar to the climate in Malcolm's hometown after watching his video. Seems the same. I don't know. We're very wet. The first thing I said when I went into BL Guitars, I was like, up here, I was asking him what humidity was. Bill, like the guy who owns the shop, like, you don't know what humidity was. I said, I don't think we get humidity or whatever it is. It's always the same. He's like, you don't have humidity. And I was like, up here, well, I think it's because we've got like the sea, like 10 miles, whatever it is in that direction, and then the sea, I don't know, probably 30 miles is in that direction. It's like, so we don't have, it doesn't change. We don't have dry or wet. It's always wet. So, and he's like, up here, so you don't have, and you set up guitars? I was like, up here, yeah. Yeah, you bastard. I was like, you don't fucking, he was like, Melody, come through here. I was like, they don't have humidity. So I think what happens there is like, you're going from season to season or week to week. The humidity changes, so guitars are like this. You have to adjust truss rods and shit. Generally, here you adjust the truss rod and it just stays right forever as long as you don't go anywhere else. It's like kind of mental. Oh. The bus wasn't that cheap, Scott, from Baltimore. We got a fucking bus and it was like we paid an extra $10 each to get a seat. We got on the Greyhound bus. That was up here. The Greyhound bus. I haven't heard of that. That's for poor people. We'll get that back from. I keep saying Philadelphia, didn't say Pennsylvania to Newark. We'll get the Greyhound bus back, and it was still fucking £200 or $200. Then I would pay an extra $10 each to get a guaranteed seat. Didn't get a guaranteed seat. Ended up sitting. The only one we got right up to the back bit where there was a toilet. There was the only two seats that were still together. I was like, well, we'll take this. Sat down, and then the seats were right on top of the engine, and it was pure fucking roasting. But it was all right. It was cheaper. It always had set me a little. But I mean, yeah, cheaper. But it's that whole thing about privatization. It's like communism is bad. I know we're all told communism. Elements of it. There's a line. Capitalism, communism. The ideal somewhere in the middle. It's not either end. Either end it doesn't work. And it's like generally in the West we're closer to the capital thing where it's like, oh yeah, totally. No, if we sell the bus companies to a private company, it's like, yeah, so the money that goes into the bus companies, a lot of that goes to shareholders, and the shareholders are not like you think. You think of an old woman who's got 100 shares. No, it's all fucking people are multi-billionaires who employ somebody to choose where they're going to invest their money so that they'll get more billions of pounds next year. And it's like, that's how it works. And it's just like, it's fucked. And that's obviously what's happened with the trains in America. Same with the buses and the trains here. They're pure super expensive. Whereas if you go to Europe, I mean, even when I was in Amsterdam, it's like I don't know if they've got some laws or whether they're nationalized. It's like pure, yeah, well, we've got the national bus service. So basically all the money it makes is used in the bus service, and we'll charge you what it costs. Whereas you sell it to a private company, they're only interested in profits. So they take, right, so we've got the same amount of money that the national company has, right? How little can we get away with doing? Now, don't fucking change railway lines. Fuck that. Just let them break down. That's fine. And as long as they get money for their investors, and you're like, so sorry. Hey, Mac, how's it going? Bus is cheapest, but fuck that. Did it too much, never again. Night, Andy. Cheers for keeping up. I've still got your Faith guitar through there. I didn't 100% fix it. I did the best I could. There's something wrong with it. But good night. Palawina, native to China, makes good guitar bodies, lightweight hardwoods. Oh, they make China makes amazing stuff. I was buying Telecasters over there for $35, the equivalent of £35 or $37, and they were your Squire Classic vibes. And I wasn't even buying them straight from the factory, and I was buying one that was delivered. It's like, so yeah, but that's not been people. Investors haven't got their money back on that yet. Oh, my P-Bass is Pawelona. Yeah, lightweight but semi-hardwood. Greyhound bus is expensive now. 10 years ago, it was very cheap. See, I thought the Greyhound bus was pure cheap. I'm sure hobos were meant to catch and all that. I just heard. I thought Greyhound bus. That's going to be great. I've never heard of Paulownia though. From what I've seen in the documentaries, trains and buses in the UK work better under pure state-owned socialism. Yeah, of course they did. But that's what I was saying. It's like they bring in X amount of money, and then it's like, but you're not. They're not. To be a successful company, what they've got to do if it's private, so you sell it off, right, to a private company. The ministers who put that in get millions of pounds in a brown paper envelope from themselves, and then the company that takes over go, we've got to run this at a profit. So it's like, well, we'll cut all the services and we'll charge as much. And if you're in a position where it's like, even from here, I mean, I've only got one bus every hour that takes me into Glasgow. It's like, how much can we get away with charging? Well, we'll up the price. We'll triple the price. That's fine. Is that right? So that mean we can improve the buses? Well, let's just give that. Let's just keep that money for ourselves and let the buses be shit and break down. You know, it's like terrible. Oh, sorry. I'm getting political. This is like, it's not generally, but it's like anywhere. It's like, oh. I bought an Aria Pro 2 telly this week for 50 quid. Fuck off. Well, Jen missed that one because I would have bought an Aria Pro 2. An Aria Pro 2. Not even just an Aria Pro 2. That's fucking amazing. The first $1 million is the hardest to make. After that, it's easy. Yes, 100%. That's it. It's like that whole thing. It works to the point of like pure, whoa, it's like, I know it's pure shit for everyone, but if you can be one of us, you can make stupid amounts of money by crippling everyone else. Yeah, totally. But yeah, I totally agree. I think, in fairness, British Railways was on his arse, ready to halt before it was privatised. I don't know, but the idea doesn't work. Take it off me as a Christmas present. As long as it's a Christmas present for you, Sloan Ranger, that's fine. Wasn't that by design, Thatcher and that? I do know that people weren't happy, and in general, Scotland were incredibly pissed off with fucking Thatcher. This is before my time, so I don't know. I didn't look into it. To be honest, it just gets me depressed. We're still getting fucked right now, and I think a lot of it is because of what some of the things that monster did. But I don't know. In some respects, it's like it's much easier just to not get upset about it. But I mean, one of the reasons I stopped watching TV was because I couldn't deal with it. I mean, it's like you get your propaganda channels in North Korea, and even if you look at, you know, like German propaganda during the war and all that, and Russian propaganda, and it's like basically, yep, that's exactly what we're getting right now. If you read the papers or something like that, all the papers and all the TV stations owned by the same person, or maybe not all exactly the same person, all owned by 3 different people, all best pals, all at each other. So it's just terrible. Mark's made some good points. Yeah, that's like, I think they did not try and ban. They tried banning books and Marks. I don't know. I don't know anything. I'm kind of just on the fringes of this, but it's like they tried to ban his book or whatever it was because they were totally terrified that young people would read it and go, but that seems really sensible, and try and do that. No, British. I don't know anything about British Rail. I heard Ireland didn't like Thatcher very much. I probably not know. Saturday stream, yeah, Kit Kats, where have you been? I'm already halfway through my bucky. So if I do end up, I might come back to do it later on, like after Christmas. I might start doing a Sunday stream as well, like a sober stream for a couple of hours, where it's actually talking about guitars rather than just talking pish, which I'm good at talking pish. They say capitalists pay for the socialist program. Kentucky's money for social programs comes from New York City taxes. I don't know what any of this means. Basically, you just end up with Neither one's perfect. It's a mix in the middle, but having money means that you can make more money easily without doing anything. Here in Holland, a Fender Telly from Bach's Music is 1,200. Bach's Germany is 1,000 next door. See, I think it's what happened was Germany after the Second World War got pure pumped, and then they decided that they were never going to be into being bastards again. So as soon as it starts going bastardy at all, it gets crimped back. Whereas in Britain and probably America, it's like pure bastards. That's great money. Ho ho. Thatcher and Ball, she turned Britain from the sick man in Europe to an economic powerhouse. 1970s history is interesting when you look at it. Yeah, totally. Nothing to do with Scotland's oil. No, let's not get political here. Yeah, if you're in Germany, but I think in Germany, other things are more expensive. Is beer not really expensive in Germany? I was really surprised at how expensive food was in America. I was kind of expecting to be cheap. To be honest, guitars are kind of... I mean, there's not that much difference between the pound and the dollar. So, I mean, the guitars I was looking at in the shops were... So if we're like, say, I think £100 is about $110, something like that. So the guitars were kind of the same price as they are here. Food's more expensive. But then again, everything's doubled in price since COVID anyway, because the people own it have found a great excuse to double the price of all the food. Snowball fight at the taxi rank, fantastic. That sounds like, when you say snowball, you mean actual physical snowballs. Has it actually snowed? Again, is it still? No. It's just the snow from left on. But that's always what's funny. Link to the Steam as well. Steam, not stream. What's the guitar and what's the specs? It's a 88 Fender Japan Stratocaster with a body that Jen got in a car boot sale for a $5 for the whole guitar, but painted up, and the bridge is a Mexican one, but the scratch plate, so we've got the original 88 Japanese neck and middle, and that is a DiMarzio stacked pickup, and then the tuners in the neck are Fender Japan. Yeah, totally. Bringing in my guitar question, it kind of took me by surprise. It's like, wow, what a genuine guitar question. You've not been on this when I've been rabbiting shite for ages. What's the $2 to the pound? I remember buying guitar parts. I remember it was actually cheaper. I remember buying, I built a Fender 6-string bass out of bits I had. And I bought, the plate that takes the 3 switches, like what you get on a Fender 6 or a Jaguar, and it cost in total $13, including delivery, from a wee guitar shop in Memphis. £13 all in for the wee thing, and the same thing here to buy anywhere in Britain was £40 plus delivery for exactly the same thing. And then I realized that the switches I had didn't fit, so I had to buy the switches as well, and it was a similar sort of case. But that's because the dollar wasn't doing well and the pound was, or I don't know. It works differently. Irvine, wow. I've seen Irvine from a distance. I don't know if I've ever actually been there. Oh. Yeah, because I was actually talking to someone about... What was it? One of Jen's guitars, kind of someone. I think it was just someone from England, though, rather than from America. Someone was up here. Oh, it looks like a kind of paisley pattern, and paisley pattern. Like Richard Burton's. Not Richard Burton. That's really... I'm drawing a blank at who Burton is. Elvis's guitar player. It's not Richard Burton, because he's obviously, no one would have believed in the last years of the 90s. That's Richard Burton. James Burton, his Telecaster's paisley pattern, and it's quite a paisley, and it's like really just tried to explain that paisley, as soon as you say paisley pattern, if you've ever been to Paisley, you know it's not exotic, whereas it sounds exotic from anywhere else in the world. Like, I've got like a paisley pattern tie, and immediately as soon as you say paisley, you go paisley. Paisley, it's not exotic. So, guitar question to music question: what song does it rock? The guitar? I don't know. It'll fucking rock anything. What's a Strat? So how rocky do you get? Yeah, I mean, and I'm quite drunk now. Go for the bridge, DiMarzio. Right, okay, so the goodbye, Curly Leeds. I've had enough. I can't be. I need to change the other end of this lead. But I do, as another guitar question, see this lead, right? It looks like a normal lead, right? But see that the end piece on this is very, very worn. But check this out, right? See when you unscrew it, look at this. Look. Look at that. That's a solid brass bit there. None of your wee crappy. Check, it's got a solid brass bit on it. It's really fucking worn, but I was like, this is not from this lead. But wow, super impressed with that. That's why it's on my board. Here we go! Panzer Battalion destroyed. Gatling gun! Panzers and they're deployed. Burning us seals the deal. Nick! Fucking amazing. Budgie, Panzer Division destroyed. Rather than from the EP F induced what? F induced F swallowed vomiting induced, whatever it is, the EP, but the one live from Reading on a record I bought years ago is fucking killer. Budgie, the best ever. I actually looked to buy a pink Paisley Telecaster and Stevie Zero. I looked for one of them in China like fuck, and they didn't have one, or they had. It just didn't look good. But I want a pink Paisley Telecaster as well, but not anymore because I've got too many tellies. Strats are the best. Tellies are for girls. If you've ever played them, you would know that's not the truth. Tellies are the manliest guitar ever, even though you get girls that play it. Strats for beginners. Les Pauls. It's so the opposite. I'm a Strat by myself. I've just had a new roof put in my house this week, so money will be handy. Les Pauls, just buy a piano, same weight. Yeah, let's just abuse everyone. Jesus, what well, thanks for subscribing. That looks a little bit like a Star of David there, so we don't want to talk about that. So Jesus does exist. There you go. Wow. I have one Les Paul. It's the perfect weight. I'll sell any other guitars, but not that one. Well, it's better with half a bucky. I know I'm better with a half a bucky, but I'm now at 2/3 of a bucky. It's like getting better at guitar, getting better at guitar, getting better at guitar. Hit that label, getting worse at guitar, getting worse at guitar, and then past the label. Has to be said. He didn't. He just said, "You subscriber." You say that if you want. It doesn't matter. Guitars are a real religion. Metals was it? Yeah, it was actually banned in the UK census to put heavy metal or what was the other thing I was going to say there? Or Jedi as your religion. You weren't allowed to do that because people did it in the last UK census. They put in heavy metal as a religion, or which it kind of isn't. Manowar talk about it like it is, but it can't be because nobody gets hurt. When it doesn't teach you to hate anyone. So yeah, don't diss God. I don't. Tony Iommi, I've got a picture on his wall. He's up there. That's fine. Own up, who's got a PRS? How's your dental practice going? Actually, we didn't fucking go to PRS. I didn't realise this. We went to a guitar shop, BCR Guitars in Harrisburg, and they had an awful lot of PRSs, as in a good 3/4 of the shop was PRSs and PRSSEs. I was like, a lot of PRSs in here. And the guy's like, up here, yeah, well, it's only 40. I can't remember what he said, 40 minutes or 40 miles to where they're actually made. And it's like, I wish we'd fucking gone there. Me and Jen would have gone there because if Paul had been there and we'd actually managed to get in contact with him, there would be J-Packs painted PRSs, because he's a wee bit of a weirdo as well, and he would have fucking loved us. Guarantee it. Whiskey, whiskey in the Jarrow. Yeah, see, that annoys me. That the thing we won, the Metallica version of that, I don't like it. I like the Thin Lizzy one, but not that. I don't just let him leave. He's not talking about that. You can do whatever you want. It's like fucking. It doesn't. I don't care what you do the rest of the time, as long as you don't hit us with it. That's fine. You can just be okay as long as you're not a murderer. But you know what I mean. It's like whatever. Look it. You can even be a woman. You know what I mean? But if you're long into the guitars, you don't. You just join. That's fine. We've got something in common. Totally fine. No problem at all. It's like you got to find things in common with other people, and not talk about politics, which I've been talking about for ages now, talking about socialism and all that. But I do. I mean, I suppose I don't know. There's no correct answer to any of it. But basically, communism doesn't work now that it's capital. It's something in the middle. Something in the middle. He-Man Woman Haters Club. Yeah, totally. You got a link? No, but fucking that's done in humour. Fucking obviously. Jesus, one religion. I don't understand. Did Lizzie wear? Cool. I don't know. Yes, I mean, I don't know enough about Thin Lizzy. I mean, obviously, I know the hits. Anyway, right, let's go for who's got like Thin Lizzy Live and Dangerous, right? Pretty much, it's definitely, if you put out the best live albums of all time and the most popular, everyone loves Thin Lizzy Live and Dangerous. Anyone else not really get it? Is it just me? You know, it's like I have one of the first records I ever bought was Jailbreak by Thin Lizzy, because it's got like a cool it's got like a gatefold sleeve with a sort of window in the front, and as you read the back, and it's like silver, and it's talking about how it's set in some city in the future where the whole city is like a big jail and all this crap. You know what I mean? It's like a sort of sci-fi thing. That's great, and then it's like that's why the song "Tonight There's Gonna Be a Jailbreak Somewhere in This Town." You see a lot of things on Facebook go up here. Think there's going to be a jailbreak somewhere in the town, maybe at the jail. But if you actually read the record cover, it's like the whole city is. It's like I think it's a Judge Dredd type thing. I don't remember when Phil. Well, I suppose it was alive. Was it 1986 or something? He died. Yeah, he seemed like a cool guy, but I mean, you just don't want to be taking heroin in any way. Whiskey and with my gyro. No, as I was saying, the Metallica one. There's whiskey in the jarro. It's just whiskey in the jar. Who calls that a jarro? I don't know. I've actually my pal. I don't have it, but my I remember my pal bought records. It was in Loch Road in Kirky, and he bought Funky Junction play tribute to Deep Purple. Was the title of the record, and that's Thin Lizzy's first album. Is Funky Junction? They are Funky Junction, because that was their record label. And I've heard it, and the Fireball solo, but they obviously had to do it live or on a very limited budget, whereas when Deep Purple were doing Fireball, they were massive, so they had money to overdub, whereas they didn't. And the bass solo in it's pure awful. It doesn't sound anything like it. It's like it just sounds like kids messing about. But that's who. And then from the back of that, they got like whatever the first, I think they got the Whiskey in the Jar, and they'd done their actual song, and then because they were Irish, it was like, oh, do an Irish song, so they just did a random one with no rehearsal, and that's what it ended up being. Oh, by ZZ Top. I don't know that much ZZ Top. It's sick, but I don't. Obviously, Legs and stuff like that's great, but I didn't really like the rest of the album. And I've got the one with Cheap Sunglasses on it. It wasn't until relatively recently, actually, when I got that guitar, the ZZ guitar, because I've got the ZZ bass. I was like to my pal Scott. I was like, yeah, I was like, I'll play the bass and you play the guitar, and we'll play like a ZZ Top song because we're both playing ZZ guitars. So, my favourite's Cheap Sunglasses. I was a bit pervy into it. It was like, what? Is it? I thought it was all about buying cheap sunglasses because they're cool. Well, just buy cheap sunglasses. It was great. It's like pure, it's you wear cheap sunglasses so you can look like down girls' blouses and up their skirts without them noticing. They're like, oh, is it? And then basically every ZZ Top song I've really looked at the lyrics for has been a sort of similar thing. So I don't really listen to the lyrics very often. Thin Lizzy Emerald, yeah. Yeah, totally. Drugs do suck, totally. Tres Hombres, yeah, totally. Is weed drugs? Asking for a friend. Well, is Bucky drugs? I would kind of put the same together. But in saying that, I don't know where the legalization of weed kicks, because basically walking about New York, there was just clouds of weed wherever you went, and I was disappointed with that. It seemed a bit. There's obviously some control limits of it. I don't know what I don't know how. I don't know. It's obviously it's not an easy question to answer. I've talked about this before when I was in Amsterdam a couple of times, and gone into like one of these coffee bar places for like you had to buy a drink. So I was like, yeah, can I get a can of Coke? We're gonna hang about in here for a bit. And the guy was just up here, yeah. Oh, a can of Coke. Yeah. And it was like pure. So did you? I don't know about making weed legal 100% because it's like it can turn you into a bit of a zombie. I don't know whether this guy was actually smoking it or whether he was just in the place that sold it, and it's like I'm not sure how it works. Drugs are for mugs and mugs are for a cup of tea. Quite like that. Yeah. Disrespect for everyone out there, kids. Well, yeah, that's the thing. But I mean, it's like, what is that funny smell? You know, it's like, because that mean if you didn't know anything about it, which obviously lots of people, just depending on where you come from, you don't know anything about it. That's fine. You know, it's like I don't know if my mum and dad went to New York or something, I'd be like, I don't know. You know, it's like it doesn't enter into things about what is that funny smell everywhere. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, they're smoking weed. It's like, all right, drugs. Like it's like you shouldn't just be able to smoke weed. Oh, the Dutch are a bit strange. I was like, when I went to Holland, it was I was wondering. It's like, one of the things that was like, I really shat it a bit. It was like, just be. Some people are quite shocked by the violence. Violence. Be careful. Violence. What the fuck? Like, Holland was kind of bizarre. It's like, oh, Stevie. I mean, well done. If you're ex, well done. I don't know. I don't know why. I can't. Obviously, I lost one of my pals when I was 19 to heroin, and then all my pals after that started taking coke, and that's when I disconnected from them because I just totally can't stand people who are on coke. So I'd never ever touch it ever, just because I don't want to be more of an arsehole than I already am, which is basically what coke turns into. I'm sorry, but well done. The Dutch are strange, and now they're family. I don't know. Everyone's nice. Generally, everyone's nice. I never felt in any fear though walking about Amsterdam. I've never been in the. Oh no, I went to a place called Haarlem in uh, Holland for an afternoon, and it was just lovely. We went to a windmill. We got the tour and all that, and it was like fair. I'd never even really considered that windmills were actually for grinding flour. There you go. So it was great fun. I really enjoyed it. Just basically had a ball there, but I think it's like yes, I suppose I'm not. I'm tempted to say everything in moderation, but no, not everything in moderation. You know what I mean? It's like you can just get too much of things. The house next door to our parents had an illegal grow. Unfortunately, my cousins are all cops, so when they came for the dinner, that was the end of that. Well, there you go. Well, I think they're all illegal grows, to be honest. I don't know. It's just that one of those things. I do get it that it's one of those things that if you, I suppose you can't get rid of it. But making it illegal makes it so that it's all gangs and criminals that run it if it's illegal. But if you make it legal, then you just end up with loads of folk in New York City just hanging about, just clouds of weed everywhere. And it's like, oh, there's something in the middle there somewhere where it's like, I know in Holland you're not really meant, you can't smoke it on the street. You've got to go into special coffee houses. It's a kind of bizarre one. Ah, okay. There you go. That's fine. I get that. I get that. Jesus wins. I mean, it's definitely you're better that than heroin, I suppose. But yeah, rehab is for quitters. Von Struppel. Come on, that's a joke. It doesn't go well. We aren't talking a couple of plants for personal use. Every single room in the garage was filled with Filipinos and plants. Well, yeah. I don't know. It's disgusting. Yeah, totally. Graffiti art, yeah, totally, Mr. Whitesnake. I noticed that when the first time I went to Amsterdam, me and my pal went to see John Fogerty, and it was when you're going along the railway signage, it was shitloads of graffiti, but it was kind of more like this, as in there was an arty element to it. Do you know what I mean? It's like it was someone had spent some time and there was some talent shown on the sides of the trains and on the walls next to the railway station, as opposed to in Glasgow where it's basically Malco was here. Or like Rangers or Celtic, and you're like just spray paint. It's like that's not like the graffiti art being, this is what this one's called. It's like graffiti caster. So it's like, yeah, but when you got like different colors and it's got like there's a pleasantness to it rather than just being, fuck the Pope or whatever it is that's just written on the wall, and you're like, how's that? Or someone just tagging their name, like Malco. Like, it seems a bit strange. So no Sunday stream. The cap off the week. I'll be lost tomorrow. I'm thinking Kit Kats have actually done a proper, sensible Sunday stream. Because I'm going to try and start selling guitars on a Sunday night again and buying guitars, because that's the best time in Facebook Marketplace to punt these things. I explained it at the start if you look back. But I might do like an actual guitar thing. And I'm thinking, I feel quite happy now, but I really wasn't really in the mood for drinking tonight. So maybe the get drunk on a Saturday thing will be a bit less. Maybe not every Saturday. I mean, it'll be every Saturday until Christmas, obviously. But I may kind of lower that back a bit, because I mean, it's like, I don't know. Obviously, I can't be an alcoholic, because if you only drink once a week. But yeah, I don't know if I really need it. I kind of enjoyed the stream I did a couple of weeks ago, last weekend, when it was like I was sober. Like for the first half hour, it was like, oh God, what am I going to talk about? And then it was like, oh no, hold on, that's fine. I don't have a problem with people who smoke hash, but I draw the line when a naked, smacked up junkie is sleeping on my doorstep. I don't know if there's that much thing with it, like a. I don't know if you can call someone who smokes too much weed a junkie. Probably, I don't know. But the thing is, you can. It's not a physical addiction. I was worried about. I mean, I smoked weed for years, and then stopped, and I was really worried that that was going to be a really difficult time. All psychological though, and it's not really a problem. You don't have physical. You don't need this. You can stop whenever you want. It's not a big thing. I do occasionally. I'm not fucking. This is not. I'm not putting this out on YouTube, but I mean, I do occasionally get like a bit for a joint here and there, which is a great way of doing it. I've tried buying it a few times in the last 7, 8 years, whatever it was, when I stopped smoking, and the amount your tolerance goes up is remarkable. How quickly you get used to it again. So I mean, now give me 2 puffs of a joint, I'm fucking out of sleep. You know what I mean? But if I buy a £20 bit or something like that, it's like by the time it gets to the end of that, I'm used to it and I can function again while on it. And it's like, no, I'm not interested in that. It was basically monetary reasons. So no, it's like it's not a physical thing. It's just a kind of. It does have. I don't know. Some people need it, or like, because it calms stuff, which I kind of get. I mean, I smoke fags, so that's the same sort of thing. I like Mushroom Paint Shop, or whatever guitar that was you did a video on last week. Yeah, Ben, that one with the Alice in Wonderland one, that was done by a guy. His name was Daryl, and I felt really bad about it because I didn't realize his name was Daryl. He actually commented it 2 or 3 times on the video before I realized it was him. He was talking about his app. Yeah, it's also pure honor being on a guitar and all that shit. And then I was with a bit where I was mentioning the fact that on the back in the trem cavity there was a bit that said like 2 wee characters drawn inside and 2 bits of cheap wood stuck in it, written on it, and it was like pure. Oh, should we tell someone we're in here? And then the bottom bit was like pure. Fuck no, we get a free trip to Scotland, and those bits fell off. And it's like, and he mentioned that as Apper. Yeah, I knew they would fall off. I was like, oh, it's Tim, so his name's actually Daryl, not Daniel. Which is like, at least I got the D right. Daryl's close to Daniel, but yeah. Yeah, no, sorry, it wasn't. It was Daryl. Yeah, no, he's just like another one of Jen's pals. Jen seems to attract people like us. Let's be honest. Not saying we're all bizarre and mental, but people think outside the box and are a little bit mental and don't really mind and are not aggressive. It's great. Yeah, that's like those folk we stayed with in Pennsylvania were brilliant. It took a few hours, but then once we started getting into the nitty gritty, talking absolute shit, they were like, yeah, totally. So that's why we went. That's why we stayed another week and went back, stayed with them because it was like thinking this is just madness, mental. Most musicians don't like sensible. I don't know, but the thing is, you get different levels of musician. I'm totally putting this as none of you lot, obviously, but see, working in that guitar shop for a week, being in a guitar shop, I couldn't run a guitar shop because there's a lot of people. Totally don't think any of you are. Probably people who watch my videos during the videos, like people who are like, oh, what do you think of the new Fender? Blah 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 blah. I looked up the internet and it's like I like guitars because I think they're cool, rather than having any sort of investment in it. There was some boring people that came into the shop that I had to deal with and talk to them for an hour, and it's like, my God, you're boring. And it's like, showing me pictures of the Fenders, and you're like, yeah, it's a black Strat. Ooh, interesting. But but it's got Tex-Mex pickups. So like, ooh, that's interesting. That interests me. But I mean, it's a bit different. But destruction is creation, or is it destruction is desecration? I can't keep up. But did Jen bend your finger for you? Did you walk into a door? Like if you're in danger? Yeah, that was hilarious. No, it was genuinely me. She just pissed me off. But they're taking a guitar lead out like that, pure. And you're like just grabbing a hold of it like that and yanking it out. I was like, Dad, you fucking dad! Don't do that. How am I meant to do it? So I'm reiterating myself, and I was like, fucking really. It's like Not the case of, oh, sorry, I won't do that again. It was like, how am I meant to do it then? I was like, well, if you're turning on a light switch, you know what I mean? You turn it on like this, not like this. And I went, ugh. And it was like, I just happened to be standing next to a patio door, so my judgment wasn't perfectly there. And I just basically stabbed my finger into a window, like a patio window like that, and just went, and it's still sore. Yeah. Yeah. So, no. Jen would not hurt a fly. She would fucking hurt a guitar leads, but not a fly. Oh. No, but that became normal in Paisley. I know you don't want it to become normal. I smoke weed to dumb myself down and talk to people in the street. Hey man, you got some just dying to meet you. If I had a bass on, Mr. Whitesnake, serious question here. Have you heard the 12-inch version? No, the 12-inch version of Miss You. Because if you haven't, YouTube it as soon as I go to bed, as soon as I turn this off. The 12-inch version of Miss You is fucking amazing. It's like, I don't know, 8 minutes long, and it's fucking so much better than the studio version. Or I think the studio version was the 12-inch version. They cut it down because they went, you can't put an 8-minute song on your album. But the disco, I think it might even be called the disco mix, but it's fucking amazing. Check that out. Oh, need to find the right strain. Oh god, I don't know. I fly my freak flag high and proud loud. Normal is an average, and average is dumb. Normal is average and average. Yeah. Well, it's want to be interesting. You know, it's a bit different. Oh. Some of my favourite musicians never did drugs or alcohol, didn't stop them from greatness. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't make any difference. It's a brain chemistry thing. My Destroyer, anchored off Scotland back in '79, beautiful rolling hills, sheep's grazing. That sounds a bit like it. Did you go to the Holy Loch submarine base? Well, first saw black people because there was like, oh, look, actual black people. Seen them on TV, never seen a real person. Never seen them for real life. All my money goes in my dog, my car, my house, and my guitars. Well, I never got to the situation where it wasn't a case of. I remember not buying weed because I wanted to buy Led Zeppelin 3 on vinyl. So I went without, and it's like, and that basically has always been my attitude to it. So yes. That'll be the Holy Loch in Dunoon. Yeah, totally. I did just round if anyone's ever been to Dunoon, when you're coming up the hill going from Dunoon to from Sandbank, not Dunoon, Sandbank. There was a police station there. Me and my dad did. I've actually got a video of when we were doing it up, right up to the point where my mum was up here. Oh, you remind me of Neil Oliver. I was up here. All right, cool. I thought he was all right, and then guy's a cunt. There you go, demonetized. No, I wouldn't even spit in him. But he does have long hair and he's Scottish. And I did like him until I realised what he actually is. So talk about him. Oh, here's what Destroyer. You were in heavy respect. 78-83 Virginia, then San Diego. Jesus, went big up. I played a 12-string electric guitar earlier on tonight. 12-string electric guitar. I don't. Kit Kats. Right, next. There's a fucking right there. That's okay. It's a deluxe, a custom. I can't remember, but I can't believe it. I never knew which was which, and then I got one, and I now can't remember whether it's a custom or a deluxe. One of them's got 2 humbuckers, and one of them doesn't. I can't remember which is which. The policeman based at the police house in Sandbank was at my wedding in Dunoon. Well, there you go. That police station is no longer a police station. It's now a house we put. It was like a wee flat, a wee 60s thing. See, there was a police cell in that, right? And I took an entire week with a hammer and a chisel breaking because the door was on this side and we wanted it on this side. So I took an entire week fucking knocking through that bastard. My God, did my arm hurt sitting there with a hammer and a chisel, taking out individual bricks. And it was like two bricks and a gap and then 2 bricks to try and get it in because we wanted to move the door so that it wasn't in the kitchen. Yeah. So there you go. That's what happened to that police station in Sandbank. Also, at one point, it was used as a rehearsal room because when my dad first bought it, I got a tremolo. It was on one of the windowsills. There was a tremolo arm and a badge off the front of a Laney, which I've still got. I don't have the tremolo arm, but I've still got the badge off the front of a Laney. So if anyone's got a Laney that doesn't have the badge on the front, I've got one. No, I've not found one yet. Believe me, if you jump through a wormhole and land on a flat Earth, you're going to be smoking some weed and drinking. Trust me, definitely going to check that out the mix. I actually see last Friday. I was over at my pal's house, and there was someone I'd never met before. One of his pals from years ago who'd been in Czech. He just called it Czech. Is that Czechia? Whatever it is. And I was happy, yeah. And he was a flat earther, and it was a really difficult thing to deal with. And I was just like, right, kept trying to change the subject. He's like, it's all conspiracy, talking about Antarctica, and you're just like pure. The guy was really funny and really intelligent, but he pure believed in a flat earth. And you're like, it's just like, it's one of those things. You're just like, it just seems totally. I can't see any way around it. Yeah, tellies are fucking amazing, Kit Kats. Buy a telly, right? And then play it. And then in your soul of souls, decide whether there's something in it. Because I'm one of those people, I'm sure most of you are as well, that given better information, I may think A. But if I get experience that shows me that B is more likely, I change my mind to B. The way it works. My house in Gartcosh was the old police house. Next door neighbours got the sale. Damn it. I know Gartcosh. I bought my Land Rover in Gartcosh, and I bought a rotary speaker cabinet in Gartcosh. I know the place. Got a guitar question. Saw a custom triple neck with 1 12-string neck. Trying to find that neck for a Jazzmaster build. A Jazzmaster's just standard Fender. A standard Fender 12-string neck will fit that. It should be fine. Was a custom Ibanez triple neck. There's one. That's what a minute ago. Yeah. I do have. If I just put that, I can't get it close enough. There's me playing. There's no way. Maybe if there was some way of propping that up there, I could stand far enough back and it looked like I had a. So I do have a custom Ibanez. There you go. That one's a 12-string. You can see it's got 2 sets of tuners on it. The thing that really got me, 12 strings are hot. The thing was, I was doing when I had a Hondo Fame Series 12-string Strat, and I used it in every recording I ever did. But it's a thing of the times. You can just get that. See, if you're putting it in a mix, right? You can get that sound just using a chorus pedal, and you would never know that it wasn't a 12-string. The only thing is, with the 12-string, you can't bend strings, and are dead hard to play, and the strings are really expensive. And see, like how your high E string kind of goes rusty before the other ones. Some of the strings are actually thinner than that, so they go rusty really quickly. It's like I can't. Maybe there's a situation for it. If you're in a band that needs a 12-string guitar, yeah, totally. But if you're just a bum that hangs about and freaking plays the guitar and enjoys it, they're just not worth it. The Earth is shaped like an egg, bulges at the equator. I know, like an egg, because that would be thinner on the top. It's an oblique spheroid. Yeah. None of you thought I knew that word there, and I'm right. It is an oblique spheroid. Plus, I beat Jen to a cheap guitar. Yeah, totally. It's like you're just reminding Bitchgate from a while ago. Yeah, no, yeah, I love Chili. Les Pauls, love them all. The thing is, it doesn't matter how much. It's like if a guitar works, I love it. And my beef against Les Pauls is everyone else likes them, and they're not that good. They're not better than other guitars, but everyone, Les Paul, woo. It's still a guitar. It's still cool as fuck. Go for it. I mean, I just like a Gibson Les Paul is not worth $2,500. It's not a $2,500 guitar. You're paying $1,500 at least of that $2,500 is because it's a Gibson Les Paul. It's not even £1,000 guitar. It's just not worth it. An East Coast telly. There you go. A Guild FN20 acoustic. Oh my god, acoustic. Each to their own, but it's still a guitar, so it's still cool as fuck. And it's like one of those things that guitars are cool as fuck. That's it. All guitars. I've just got a thing against guitars that are overpriced, not worth what they want. I see people getting ripped off all the time, like everyone who buys one of those, and it's like the same with the Harley Benton ones. It's just because it's kind of not worth it. And there's so many sites that say they're amazing. If you look up the internet, I'm wrong. And it's like, but none of these people must play them, or they must play them and not own anything else, because there's no way that you could say Harley Benton's amazing when you know that you can get, well, I paid 80 quid for that. And it's like, it's not even the same thing. It's like, there's nothing. It's got nothing on it. But so that it's this my sense of injustice in that. But all guitars are cool. The best guitar I had was an 83 Tokai Strat. Victor Morris got that one. Oh, bastard. That's an awful one. I bet you they gave you fucking 30 quid for it or something as well. But an 83 Tokai Strat would basically be like all my guitars. The reason I don't have Tokais is because the internet says they're good. They're the same as these. Not that one. All the other ones. This is not that one either. But it's just yeah. So and this one they're the same as this, but the Tokais are worth money because if you look up the internet, they say they're worth money. So I don't get it. Not a fan of it. I have 112 in the shop, but new guitar, put it up for 99. I'll haggle if I get it for 80. It's a collection. It's maybe 2-year-old, never played. I was like, cash, but the people in cash converters don't know what it is. So when the internet really hurt cash converters, I remember seeing a BC Rich Mockingbird in cash converters for 80 quid, and it was one with the R on the headstock rather than saying BC Rich. So they'd obviously looked up the internet and going, oh, there's a BC Rich Mockingbird. Go for 80 quid. And I was like, I didn't have any money, and my pal actually bought it. And then I fitted the wall, plastic wall shit to his kitchen, to his bathroom. Like, I don't even know what you call it, wall board. And he gave me that guitar as payment because he went in and bought it because I told him about it. And it's like a fucking Japanese one. It's not. The Mockingbird I've got may look a bit like a normal Mockingbird. It's not. It's a Japanese one. So it's a different level. And it was only 80 quid because of that. Whereas now, you can still get relatively obscure guitars possibly in a cash converters, as in ones where if you Google them, they don't show up. So they just choose something that's similar to it rather than being actually what it is. They just don't know any of these things. East Coast is Anderton's own brand. It's not, but it sort of is. Yeah, they did a deal with them. They sell them other things. 498 pickup makes anything a Les Paul. Well, I don't know. Jesus wins. It's like kind of, I've got an SG with a 498 pickup in it, and on a Les Paul, you get 22 frets and then the pickup. Whereas on an SG, you get 22 frets and then a bit of a gap and the pickup. So moving the pickup from there to here does make a difference. But it's worth a go haggling. If they've had once it's been in cash converters for a while, you can haggle because they don't know what it is. I mean, I get it as well. It's like, I've got like try to sell a washing machine and a microwave. I don't care anything about it at all. I was like, what's that microwave worth? I don't know, 50 quid, that kind of thing, as opposed to being like, no, I think you find that's a ZB25 microwave. That's 900 watts. They're worth it. It's like I don't think there really are people that are mad into microwaves. Why would you want to have more than one microwave? But there are obviously people who look at it and go, why would you want to have more than one guitar? Why do you need two guitars? What's the difference? Surely that one can't sound different from that one. And it's like, they do. Oh. Gibson Les Paul is not worth 2,000, minimal 1,000. Well, that's it. Yes, as an investment thing, but that's like that. Oh. Please, a song of the 70th. I bought the Tokai when I was pregnant. It was part of a job with A Moses basket changing unit, £80 for the lot. Well, there you go. Yeah, totally. Ah, the local pawn shop and an Encore blaster base for £40. They look good. I don't know whether they are or not. As long as the neck wasn't twisted, because I had an Encore blaster, and the neck was twisted, and it was a pure amazing P base. In fact, Jen's got it just now. It'll be J packed at some point, but it's like fucking Goto tuners and like a brass bridge and all that. But the neck was twisted, and it's like, well, we're fucking nothing then, innit? It did look cool. The Ibanez custom gem white triple neck with seeing eye pyramid and finish with RG550 headstocks, like the look of the tuners parallel to a point. There you go. Elixir 12 strings, yeah. Totally. I bet you they're cheap. Actually, I need to sell my 12-string acoustic. There's no point in me having it. It's been in the case basically since I stopped recording about 10 years ago. And I bought Elixir strings for it. I wonder if they're probably still all right. It's been in the case. I mean, if anyone want to buy a 12-string guitar, it's a absolute belter. A Yamaha FG 720/12, but I electrified it. Amazing. Still the changing it. It's a cash gen. Sometimes they don't know what they have. Got a brand new Squire Jazzmaster for 200. Made it like a bandit that day. I don't know, but I mean, obviously they're not just going to look at it and go, "That's what it's worth." They're going to look up completed listings on eBay, and if you've got a guitar, if you're trying to buy a Squire Affinity 2015, blah blah blah, they'll just type that in eBay. Look at the completed listings. Oh, look, they sell from the same as we all do. You just basically buy things at the lower end of what they're worth. If that's the guitar you're looking at, and you realize that selling it in mint condition, it's worth 200 quid. With bits missing, it's worth 150 quid. The ballpark where it's going. So you buy it at the lower end, and then if you don't like it, you can punt it up. Oh. Don't own a microwave? Yeah. It's good for beans. Although you're American, so you don't. Beans for you are not beans. Heinz beans not American. No, they're all barbecue beans. It's like barbecue beans are not beans. Anyway, it was cheers, Ben. That's me at midnight anyway. I'm about to turn into a pumpkin. I'm actually just going to give up. I'm not even going to finish my bucky. I'll have that for next week as a top up. But cheers, everyone. It's actually quite fun doing it on a Saturday night. I've actually got last night's Chinese, about half of it, to heat up. I got my usual. When I say usual, I've had it like twice. You get like they do a meal deal where you get like chicken and sweet corn soup. So I had that, and then instead of getting the beef and garlic and black bean sauce and rice, I got beef, garlic and black bean sauce and chips, knowing that I've got a microwavable rice in the fridge. So I've still got 3/4 of the actual meal, the actual beef and black bean thing, and a microwavable rice, and that's going to be fantastic. I think I might eat that right now. Do you have a barbecue in America? Oh yes, of course you do. It's a barbecue's a big thing. I think everyone's got like a decking out the back with barbecue. So much more room in America. That was what I was trying to say in that video I did earlier on when I was walking through. It's like we just don't have any space. Oh. Cheers. Thanks everyone for joining in. And I'm not super loving your name, Jesus Wins, but you seem lovely, so that's cool. So rock on, everyone, and thanks very much. And I've just done a video series. I decided I got a video. This is how I'm going to end it. I get messages. I haven't had one for a while, but I get messages right with people saying, "Oh, someone told me you're good at guitar wiring. Can you help me wire this?" Blah blah blah. Right, this one was actually a Washburn Falcon, and he'd got the PCB and stuff. And the guy, basically, what he wanted me to say was, "You put the red wire there, and you put the," and it's like, I can't do that. I'm not doing it ever again, because anytime if anyone's ever done that, what's happened is I've said, "Yeah, you put the red wire there, and you put the green wire there," and then a day later I get, "Oh, I tried to do it, it doesn't work. Can you help me?" And they end up fucking back and forward. It's like hours of my time. And it's like, just fucking learn how guitar wiring works. It's really fucking simple. Oh, I don't want to learn how it works. No, don't. I'm not listening. I don't want to know how it works. I just want you to tell me where to put the wire. And it's like, no, it's really simple. See, if you understood it, you'd be able to do it yourself. And then next time you've got a guitar, you'll be able to do it. It's really fucking simple. Oh, no. Just tell me where to put the green wire. And it's like, I get it. And then I get a photo. And it's like, inside the back of a guitar, it's just spaghetti. Oh, this doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? And you're looking at it going, I fucking don't know. How can you possibly see all these wires like this and know where they're going? It's like fucking just. So I'm doing I think it's about 6 parts, going from super mega basic to relatively complicated videos. So I might put that out tomorrow or something. I don't know. I've got a few. Sorry, right. Rant over. I just got a bit annoyed about it. It's not the guy's fault, and I was really short with him, and I felt really bad about it. But I just realised that what he wanted is, have you got a diagram? I want a diagram to follow. And it's like, just understand it. It's really fucking simple. Just like, barbecue. Yeah. You show the paint of this? Totally. Oh, this is amazing. This one will never be for sale. I did joke. This is J-Pack's number 1. This is the first guitar that was ever J-Pack's. And again, it's a little bit of a similar thing. See the number of requests Jen gets for, oh, how do you do it? And not wanting to be a dick either. She's like, I don't really want to tell you. It's a secret. I know how it was done. Let's be honest, I was a bit disappointed when I saw how it was done. Because I had this exact, well, when I say this exact design, not this, none of the designs are exact, but Jen had done other stuff, looked kind of similar in this style. And that was the first thing I'd ever seen that Jen had done that I thought, that's fucking amazing. Apart from the portraits, you can't argue the portraits. You know what I mean? You can't argue that. You know what I mean? I mean, Jimi Hendrix has never looked better. It's. I don't know how you. I can't even contemplate how you do that. I especially see these ones that are on the wall, the Tony Iommi and Rob Halford. They're done literally with. If you look up, they're actually just bits of paper ripped out of like Vogue magazine and stuff and stuck on, like hundreds of them. And how the hell do you do that? I have no idea. I don't want to know. Well, I know how it's done. You basically rip bits out and stick them on. I'm thinking, see, in the Truman Show, when he finds the girl by taking out that, basically. But apart from it's done with like 100 bits. It's amazing. That's why I won't tell you how to test your alternator. Cheers. Yeah, totally. Any shrims on that Barbie Ponte? I don't know what you're talking about. Solder or solder? You're saying solder or solder? It's got an L in it. I'm sorry. But apparently that's only... I was watching a guy did guitars, and in Texas it's solder, right? And he gets a lot of abuse because other Americans say it's solder. They pronounce the L. So in Texas it's solder, not solder or solder. There's no L in it. And it's like, I don't get that. I will have to... I want to stake my claim that aluminium is aluminium, because you look at it, it's not aluminum. There's an I in there. So it is aluminium, not aluminum. Brisket the barbecue. Had a smokehouse barbecue. Catch you later. Decoupage. Well, no, decoupage is a bit shit when you actually... I don't think I've ever been in USA. It's solder. Yeah, Pontiac. I don't think it is, though. Apparently it's only in some of America. It's solder. Not sol, or even solder. I could totally understand, but it's not solder. So it's like a silent L. Americans aren't good at having silent letters. So like, look at the way you spell color. You know what I mean? It's got an O in it for us. Actually, my pal was he was away seeing Extreme the other night, last night, the night before, and it was Living Color was the support band, and they spelt their COLOUR, you know, correctly. And that was meant to be like a sort of, it was meant to be like a sort of a risky thing, like, yeah, works OUR, because it's not colour, it's called our, because it's our thing. And it's like they came to Britain and everyone was like, Living Colour. And there was no one ever mentioned it. And like, Why are you not wondering why we spelt it funny? And it's like, because that's how it should be spelt. Or a PlayStation, it's up to you. Anyway, cool. Thanks everyone for joining in. I think the Saturday thing was a bit of a success, to be honest. So I will be putting out. I'll do it Saturday for the next few weeks anyway. I'm just thinking it just means that a lot of you can join in with the drinking, and also just that whole Monday thing. But in saying that, like all the folk that go to bed early because they've got to work in the morning, like your Stratocaster 3, never turned up. So what's the point in that? Boot, trunk, got you. Bonnet, hood, motor car. Do you call it motor car? For us, it's just car. But yeah, bonnet, hood, boot, trunk. Also, bumper, fender. You missed out that one. I've had 2 beers, but it was nice to join in. No, yeah, but you didn't join in till later on, so you can have 2 beers. That's fine. And obviously, if you're drinking 1.5 litre bottles of beer, as you obviously do because you're in air, then that's actually more alcohol that's in my bottle of Bucky. Rock on. Love you all. And if you didn't spike the likes, if you could, that'd be smashing. Catch you later. Cheers. And I've got to press this button twice. Rock on.